Just bear with me while it does its thing. And camera and the desktop PC all sync together, and YouTube gets its thing sorted out, and then we can crack on. Just bear with me 2 seconds. Looks like we're up and running, I think. Yeah, we are. We're up and running. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to Brooks's Base Corner live chat number 40. It's the big 4-0. Yes, it is. Can't believe we got to 40 live chats this quick. It's taken me a bit by surprise. I was doing the thumbnails for it. I was like, 40. But here we are. Hope you're all safe and well. Hope the week's treated you well. Here we are for another round of base chat. So for anyone who's new to the channel or has never been on a live chat, I'll give you a very quick explanation of how this works. So basically, I'm here talking bass guitars. Out there in YouTube land are loads of other bass players who will come into the chat and drop in and drop out again, and some stay for the whole duration. So we're talking bass guitars, bass amplifiers, bass speakers, bass effects, bass accessories, gig bags, anything to do with bass guitars, not home phone lines. That's nothing to do with me. And great bass players, bands that had great bass players, albums that got great bass lines on. You want to talk about any of that or anything else to do with bass playing, feel free. If any of your gear might not be working properly, maybe something's playing up with your bass or your pedals or your amplifier, ask me. If I know the answer, I'll help you out as much as I can. If I can't help you, chances are one of the other fine people on our live chat might well be able to give you the answer you're looking for. We've had this on various chats over the past weeks, months, past couple of years. If I didn't know the answer, one of these very learned bass players that we have on here could well know the answer. If you're wondering how I know any of this, so I've been playing for 36 years, 28 as a professional bass player. I've got 4,000 gigs under my belt, not under my belt physically, of course. And I was a writer for Bass Guitar Magazine and Bass Player Magazine from 2004 up to last year, 2022. So I have had hundreds of bass guitars through my hands for review purposes, effects pedals coming out of my ears, amplifiers, bass rigs, combos, anything to do with bass. If it came into the magazine, chances are a vast percentage of it in that time came through me. So yeah, I've tried loads of gear. So if something's gone wrong on a gig, or for example, if I've been on tour abroad, things go wrong all the time. So if I've found a solution or managed to sort out a problem, if that relates to the problem you're having, I'm more than happy to try and advise accordingly. Welcome, Stacey. I saw you just appear from North Carolina in the US. Joe Goose, good to see you, sir. Hope you're well. Visog, all the regulars, good to see you guys. Hope you're having a good week. So here we are, Tuesday evening, 8 o'clock, London town, here in the UK, 8 p.m. Regular Tuesday live chat here on Brooks's Base Corner. So if you want to get involved in the live chat, the way this works, this is the video window that I'm talking in. If you're on the mobile app, so maybe on your phone or a tablet or whatever device, directly below this video window is a big box. That's the live chat window. Put your cursor in, insertion point, type your comment or your question, press send. As soon as I see it appear, either on my desktop or on my camera, I'll reply to it. Let's just make sure I'm getting every single message, not just the highlights. And as soon as I see your questions and comments appear, I'll reply to them. Couple of things, people who are regular here on live chat know I've got to do this bit, so I'll get it out the way nice and early. So as I said, mobile app, live chat window is directly below here. If you're on the desktop version, live chat window is that way. Again, just put your insertion point in, type your comment or question, press send. As soon as I see it appear, I'll respond to it. At the bottom of the live chat window, you'll see an emoji icon. Feel free to just hit that as much as you want. You want to add smileys, thumbs up, any sort of emojis, go for it. The YouTube algorithm loves it because it shows that you're getting involved in the live chat. Next to it, you'll see a dollar symbol. That's called Super Chat. That allows you to make a financial donation to the channel. So if you're enjoying this video or any of the other videos here on Brooks's Base Corner, if you wish to financially donate to the channel, you can do so. It can be as little, I think it's as low as £1 or €1 or $1, and it goes up to heady amounts. I think up near £50, dollars, euros. So what does that money go towards? Well, it allows me to keep the channel going. It allows me to buy the equipment that produces all the videos. It allows me to book studio time to film some of the videos. It allows me to buy a lot of the items that you see in the reviews. Very often trying to get this stuff out of companies, they'll say they'll send stuff and it just doesn't appear, and you can end up waiting for months and months and months for things that are brand new in the shops. I want to do a video of it. I don't particularly want to wait 6 to 12 months to get it. So I need to be able to buy those things to produce the video content that you guys then watch. It also goes towards the various maintenance items that I use in the workshop videos. The keen-eyed of you will have seen there was a workshop video went up on Sunday for an Ibanez SR300 EB base, which is here in the rack behind me, exactly behind me. So that base, again, I bought that in order to do videos, demo videos, review videos, do the workshop video. So all the polishes, creams, cleaners, all the polishing cloths, all of that stuff that's in that video, that comes out of my pocket. I have to buy all of that. So that's what, if you make a super chat donation, that's how it works. Another way of making a financial donation to the channel, every video on this channel is monetized. So underneath the video, you'll see a row of icons. You'll see a thumbs up. We like the thumbs up. If you enjoy the video, hit the thumbs up. That goes for any video here on the channel. There's a thumbs down. We're not so keen on that, but if there's something you don't like, leave a comment and let me know. There's a share button that allows you to share a video out to social media. Then there's a save button so you can watch a video at a later date. There's also a love heart with a dollar symbol, and that's called Super Thanks. Works exactly the same way as Super Chat. So if you like a specific video, or again, you like the content that's here on the channel, and it also goes for any YouTube channel that's monetized. If you like what that creator is doing, hit the Super Thanks button, and that allows you to make a financial contribution to what they're doing. Then there are a number of other ways you can make a financial, it's not a donation in this sense because you're actually getting something for the money you're putting forward. So in the description box below, you'll find links for the merchandise that we now do here on Brooks's Base Corner. Directly below this video and all videos on the channel, you'll see a merchandise shelf. At the moment, YouTube is making it really difficult to make that merchandise shelf work. It was working perfectly okay. I've designed a load of merchandise, put it up. It all went up to the channel. Everything looked good. There were t-shirts, hoodies, caps, hats, glasses, mugs, water bottles, iPhone covers, socks. I mean, just 1,000,001 things. It was all there. And 6 hours the day after it all went up, it all came down again. I don't know why. At the moment, I think all you guys can see out there are 3 bags, which are basically the same bag design, just with a different logo design on them. Now, I've been in touch with YouTube twice. I was in touch with them this afternoon. I'm getting basically passed from pillar to post and no one's answering the question. At the moment, I'm waiting for an email to come through and they're going to explain to me what I need to do next. No one has said the designs aren't feasible because they're on the items, they're on the bags. It's just there's no selection, there's no variety of merchandise for you guys to order. So in the description box below, you will see links for the UK and Europe merchandise store. You will see a link for the US and worldwide store. The merchandise shelf here on YouTube will only allow 12 products at any one time, and it changes, it constantly revolves. If you go to the store links in the description box, you will see everything. So literally, I think at the moment there are 5 designs. I put a new design up today, but those designs are then across basically about 150 products. If you don't like the color, you can change the color. If it's a garment, a t-shirt, hoodie, sweatshirt, whatever, you can change the color of it. If you need a different size than the one that's there, you can change the size. I'm actually currently waiting for my samples of merchandise to arrive here. They were supposed to be here yesterday. They could, well, I then thought they were going to appear today. Should be here tomorrow. And I was hoping I was going to have some of it to show you the quality, show you how good it is, see what the printing quality is like, but it hasn't arrived. So it will definitely be here for next week's live chat. But what I might do in the meantime, when that stuff arrives, if I'm happy with it, I'll do an impromptu live chat. So if you aren't already subscribed to the channel, please do so. Hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell so you get notifications. Please give the video a thumbs up. That'd be appreciated as well. But by subscribing and hitting the notification bell, if I do an impromptu live chat, whether it's tomorrow, Thursday or Friday with the merchandise, you will get notified that I'm doing that. I did an impromptu live chat on Saturday while I was on a gig. Some of you realized it was going on. A lot of you didn't. You obviously have lives and were obviously busy. It was Saturday afternoon, probably out shopping. But yes, if you hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, when I do an impromptu live chat, you will get a notification. That's the way that works. So the merchandise is all there. It's all there to be perused. And if you wish to buy some, fabulous, great. How does that help the channel? Well, I don't get the full price. So if you see a £20 or $23 t-shirt, I get a percentage of that. I don't get the whole amount, but I get a percentage. So on the American store, there is a bigger array, a bigger selection of items. But obviously, if you're not in the US or under the umbrella of the worldwide store where this merchandise is, if you're in the UK or Europe, you're going to get hit with a huge delivery charge. So that is why if you're in the UK or Europe, you will use the UK or Europe site. So there are 2 links there, one for UK and Europe, one for US and worldwide. Likewise, if you were in America and you saw something in the European store and you thought, oh, I'd like that, it's going to cost you quite a lot in delivery. So I guess location-wise, stick to the store and the site that's best suited to where you are. So we've got super chat, super thanks. We've got the merchandise. There's also in the description box affiliate links for Thomann and Amazon at the moment. So if you're looking to buy new bass, new amp, speakers, effects, bass accessories, gig bags, anything to do with bass, there are links there. I don't know. I can't go into individual pricing for each item, finding you the best deals, because that just doesn't work. That will work when I start doing my Amazon affiliate influencer videos, which I start on tomorrow. So at the moment, in the description box, you have affiliate links for Thomann, broken down into various categories, and you have storefront links for UK and Europe Amazon and the US Amazon. So in there, there are bass guitars, amplifiers, speakers, effects, accessories, cleaning materials. There are CDs, there are t-shirts. If you like this Atari t-shirt, that's in there, that's in the store. The way that works is if you find a product you like from the storefront, click on it, add it to your basket. If you then go through with the sale, once it's delivered to you, I receive an affiliate payment. It's not very big. I can assure you, they're not very big. You need to sell a lot of stuff to basically make anything, but it all goes into the melting pot that hopefully will keep this channel going for years and years and years and years. Last thing in the description box are the social media links. So you'll find us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Be Real, Reddit, Quora, and a whole bunch of other social media platforms. Right, now I can breathe. Got that bit out of the way. Good to see you guys. I need to catch up on all the messages because I saw them all sort of flying. So we got as far as Visog, Stacey, Martin Fay. Good to see you, Martin. Welcome. Good evening, Mike, and my fellow denizens of the low end abyss. Quite. Greetings from Dublin. Well, good to see you, mate. Hope everything's good. Fanfret Steve, evening all from East London. I've put the teeth in. I thought they were in, but clearly not. Good to see you, Steve. Joe, hi, Fanfret Steve. I'm south of the river, mate. Excellent. And we're up to date, I think, on the messages. Good. So I hope everyone's safe and well. Let me think. What was the last week? So live chat with you guys. Edited up the Ibanez video. So the workshop video is now live. That's there. That bass, this lovely red Ibanez SR300EB, which I just grabbed from the rack, is now ready for demoing and review purposes and all of that. So it plays great. If you've got any questions about that workshop video, anything that I did on it, any of the products that I used on it, let me know. If you have any questions, maybe you know how to do things better than I do when it comes to setting basses up and cleaning them up and doing everything. If I did something and you thought he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about, let me know. Maybe I got something wrong. But as far as I know, I got everything reasonably right because this bass is playing great. I saw my cousin Tom just appear there. Evening, cuz. Think I missed a delivery today. So off to the post office at lunchtime tomorrow. My lovely cousin Tom bought a t-shirt and a cap from the merchandise store. So thank you, Tom. Well, exactly. I think my stuff should be appearing tomorrow. And obviously your stuff has been delivered today. So thankfully they seem to be making deliveries. So that's good. Let me know how you get on. If there's any problems, Tom, in your order email that they sent once they fulfilled the order, if anything is the wrong size or you need to make a return, there's a returns process. I think it's you literally link through to the website and they send a courier to come and get it. So if there's any problems, let me know. But generally, you should be able to just deal with that yourself via the website, I think. So yeah, so the workshop video went up on Sunday. Seems to be very well received. I've had a few messages from people saying they found it the most easy setup video they've ever watched. So I'm taking that as a compliment. They said it was the easiest to understand. And I think the general premise was I explained what I was doing. So where they had tried to do similar things themselves before, they didn't understand why. But if I've put it into layman terms, if any of you are watching that sent those messages, the whole idea is to make it easy for you guys. What I'm doing in a workshop setup and all of those things. For years, I've watched techs in bass stores and luthiers do all of this. And you look at it as though it's some black art. It isn't. It's just a case of practice. It's like everything else. So during lockdown, when I found, well, as we all had time on our hands, I basically took it upon myself to get the bass collection in there and started doing it all myself. How did I learn it all? I watched a guy's website called Dave's World of Fun Stuff. He's a bit of a legend. He's, or he was, a special effects guy in movies based in Canada. And I think about 12, 13 years ago, he decided to set up a YouTube channel. And he does bass repairs on the side. I think it's now become his full-time job. I think he's given the special effects stuff a wide berth. And he now just does YouTube videos, does bass setups, bass repairs, all of that sort of thing. And I learned a lot from just watching his videos and making notes. And that's it. So basically during lockdown, all these basses you see in the racks and hanging up on the wall and stuff, I was setting them all up myself, and anything that needed adjusting, repairs, cleaning up, I was teaching myself how to do it. So yeah, so it's not like I've gone to some bass setup school and learned how to do this. I just watched a load of videos, made notes, and then basically practiced what I was reading, what I was watching on my own instruments. So there we go. RC Grinder. I love that name. RC Grinder. Well done, sir. Good to see you. Joe, yeah, Martin, yes, this is people on the live chat all saying hello to each other. You're very welcome. It's like setting up a dinner party, isn't it? It's Martin, I thought the explanation of setting the intonation was particularly clear. That was the idea. The funny thing is, Martin, on that, I was basically going from the Ibanez site. And in fact, most manufacturers now, in their technical documents or support or whatever, they will explain to you how to set their instruments up as if they were leaving the factory. Their explanation on the Ibanez site on how to do intonation baffled me, because it was normally I play an open string, I'll then fret at the 12th fret, and then I'll play the harmonic at the 12th fret and then work it out from there. They completely bypassed the playing an open string. So I was like, okay, well, that's fine then. We'll just do the play at the 12th fret and then do the harmonic. But the way they wrote it was that you had to base it on the fretted note against the harmonic, whereas I normally do it the other way. I'll get the 12th fretted note right, then I'll do the harmonic and adjust the saddle from there. They were doing it arse about face. It didn't matter. You got the same result, but it was rather than judge the harmonic against the fretted note, it was judge the fretted note against the harmonic. And I was sat there while I was filming it going, this doesn't make any sense. It does make sense. You're just doing it in opposite. So that's what I went with. And that's why all the measurements were all fairly typical Japanese manufacturer way of setting things up. Everything is bang on the line. And it was an educated guess when I did the truss rod adjustment. And you'll see on the video, I said, well, it's Japanese bass, it's going to be 4 mil. That's because literally every Japanese bass I've ever tinkered around with on a truss rod, it's 4 mil. It's like it's a standardized thing over there. They don't do 4.5. It's 4. And lo and behold, I put it in the truss rod adjustment nut and 4 mil it was. That was the way it was. Can Voodoo, welcome. Good evening, sir. Good to see you. Joe, I've just dropped off my Status S2 at the Bass Gallery on Saturday. That for a setup? I have no idea what goes in the setting. Joe, you should have asked me to do it, really. I don't want to take work away from the gallery, but you could have asked me. I'd have done it for you. You could have stood there while I did it. It would have been fine. But anyway, you know, for future reference. I had actually, through the Facebook status group, I had a guy called Paul Heath. I don't think Paul tends to frequent the live chats or my channel much. And he had an Empathy 5-string that needed setting up. And he posted up, this was just after we'd gone into lockdown, can anyone set this up for me? And I said, well, yeah, I can. I've got a 4-string Empathy here. The 5-string isn't going to be too much different. And I will know that bass basically top to bottom because it's only a couple of months older than my one. And once we came out of lockdown, when would that have been? That was July 2021. He came over with his Empathy 5. He also brought a Status Energy. And I did both basses. I set them both up for him. So yeah, future reference, Joe, next time. And I can set it up how you want it. If you're here while I'm doing it, I can just keep passing the bass back to you. And so I can set it up how I would have it and what I think it would need to be. And then you can say, well, I want it lower or I want it higher or those strings are rattling. I don't like that. Can you? So anyway, next time we'll do it. Graham, evening. Good to see you. Hope you're well. Can Voodoo, I learned my own setups from YouTube. That's what I was doing with Dave's World of Fun stuff. Best thing I ever did is only I really know how I like it. Do you know what? How many times I've put basses into either shops, techs, and even manufacturers. And I've paid for that privilege, especially with the manufacturers. And the bass comes back and you think, is that the best they thought it could be? Now, I have a lot of regard for Rob Green at Status. Clearly, I'm a big Status fan. He did a setup on my Series 2000 when it was having some finishing work done. And he set it up and it was awful when it got back here. And you couldn't blame the truss rod. There's no way that moved in transit because there's no truss rod in the neck. But it was horrible. And I had to do my own setup on it. But yeah. Can I do fret leveling? Yes, I can. I've got the crowning files. So yeah, I can do all that. I can do all that. Again, with Status stuff, if it's got a graphite neck, kind of that means the fingerboard has to be masked up and the fingerboard edging masked up because you don't want to be scratching graphite. So yeah, EAZL, good to see you. For 100 to 350 watt amp. Do you prefer 1x15, a 112, or a 210, or something else? Okay, for 100 to 350 watts, I'll ask you a bunch of questions. I need you to reply. If you don't reply, there's going to be a long delay trying to get to the bottom of this question. Are you gigging, and are you looking to gig with that amplifier, or is this for practice or rehearsal, or are you going to be out there performing in rooms of people? So now I've got to wait for your reply, but that's cool. I'll take a quick drink while you reply. If it possibly gigging, mainly jam sessions. Okay, right. If you're playing in any sort of room where there's going to be an audience, in a pub, some sort of hall, for 100 to 350 watt amp, 350, I would say you're looking at 300 watts minimum. Some of the older, like Trace Elliott stuff, might have a rating of 250 and they're bombastically loud, but generally I would say 350 is a good rule of thumb for a gigging amp. Personally, I would say you want a 410 or a 2x12 just so you can push some air, unless you're running through a PA as well, in which case the speaker is reinforcement for you. But if that's not going to be going through PA and literally you need brute force, you can't get away from natural physics. You can't do it. So 1x15 will give you lots of bottom end. You're not going to get a whole load of top end clarity unless there's a tweeter in that cabinet. So my preference for years, when I first started playing professionally, I had a 350 watt Hartke head and a 4x10 XL Hartke cabinet. That did almost all the gigs I did for about 10 years. Then I moved over to EBS and I went with 410s again. And then over time, I then moved, I had back trouble, but I had a regular residency gig with my band. Knowing that I had 104 gigs on Thursdays and Fridays for a whole year, I invested in EBS Neo 212 and the 210. I found the 212 was a perfect replacement for the 410, and it had a tweeter in it as well, so I was getting a rounder signal. Sometimes 410s can be a little too percussive, a little too bright, so the 212 gave me a rounder delivery. I had the tweeter in there for punch and glassiness for slapping, but the 210, then if I needed extra headroom, or if I was doing a wedding gig, like in a marquees are so notorious for just sapping your frequencies. So if I did a wedding gig with a 212, it's okay, but it's not great. If I added the 210 on top, that gave me loads of delivery, loads of punch, great for the audience, great for me on stage. So if you're going to be gigging, out of those three options, you're going to need the 1x15. A 1x12 or a 210, you're kind of looking at home performance, unless those cabinets are either being mic'd up or you're taking DI out of the amp into the house PA. A 210 is always a good investment because you can always buy another 210 that makes it a 410, or you got the 210 and then an extra cab underneath, whether it's 210, 410, whatever. You've then got components so you can pick and choose what you need for any given gig. For a while, when I had some amp and cabinet issues, I've got a 210 Hartke combo here. Well, I had a 410 Hartke cabinet, so I was able to connect both. The only thing with once you start mixing cabinets up, you got to make sure you're either running them all at 8 ohms or them all at 4 ohms. Some amps will allow you to do an 8 and a 4, but you need to work all of that out. You need to know what the limits on the amplifier are before you start doing that. So there's nothing to say you can't do it. But also, out of those three speakers that you mentioned, a 1x15 is going to give you lots of bottom end, very rounded sound, not a lot of percussive transients. The 1x12 is the perfect mix between the 210 and the 115. But the 210 will probably be significantly louder than the 112 because you've got two drivers. So they're spreading the load. Whereas with a 112, although it's rounder and bigger than a 110, it probably isn't going to have the punch and delivery of a 210. So at the end of the day, you know your budget better than I do. But if you're going to be out gigging and there's likelihood that you're going to be gigging without PA reinforcement, you've got to be looking at a 410, two 210s, or a 212. I don't know what sound you like. I don't know what your ears prefer. But if you auditioned a 212 and a 410, you're going to hear the tonal difference fairly quickly. So if you like 10-inch speakers, then it's up to you. You can either have one 4x10 cabinet, whether that's a regular heavy cab or a lightweight cab, or go for 210s. Up to you. But I hope some of that helps. If you've got more questions from that, fire them back and I'll answer. And also, guys, all the people here on the live chat, get involved in that. So, Can Voodoo, did you see Bass the World's new vid today with Glock and Clang amp? No, I didn't. I will check it out. I've been designing t-shirts and merchandise all day and filming another video in the workshop, so in my garage. So I will check that out later, mate. Great advice. Thanks from San Diego. San Diego, California. My pleasure. But if you need any further help, let me know. I've done 4,000 gigs over 4,000 gigs. So I've been in most gigging situations. And all I can do is offer you my advice from my perspective. But, I've been through all sorts of different amp permutations and cabinets. And now a lot of my stuff is on IEM. So a lot of the time I don't take amplification out with me. But there we go. But I do know how certain size rooms can eat up bass frequencies. And if your cab is too small, no amount of pushing the volume is going to help. So, as I said, you can't get past the laws of physics. And even though manufacturers will tell you, we've got a 1x10 cabinet that sounds like an 8x10, it's rubbish, because you can't remove, bass frequencies need a box. That's how bass frequencies work. We don't work in transients like guitarists do. We're working on power. So if the box that the speaker is housed in isn't of suitable dimension, you're just not going to push those bottom end frequencies. Fine in your bedroom or in like a coffee bar or a small venue or something, but in a bigger place, like if you're doing a pub band, if you're not running through the PA, for example, if your band provides its own PA and it's just for vocals and maybe backing tracks or what have you, you're responsible. Your backline is what's going to be pushing that out there. And if you haven't got the cabinets to do it, you're going to just be blowing speakers because you're trying to go louder and louder and pushing harder. And it's not going to work. Can Voodoo, I'm really looking forward to your video on the C4. So am I. It's all on my list. I've got a list now of stuff that needs to be filmed, but I've got all this backlog of videos and pedal reviews and demos that I need to kind of work through, but it will come, I promise. And actually my gig this weekend that I had has been cancelled. So I literally now have a clear run through until April the 1st. So today was getting merchandise up, getting another video, which was the Lakeland, the 4464. So that's been on the workbench today. And having to deal with YouTube and Spreadshirt with getting all this merchandise sorted out. So at the moment, I'm waiting on an email from YouTube to tell me why my products aren't showing on the merch shelf. And I've had to deal with Spreadshirt in the US because Spreadshirt in the UK and Europe has accepted everything that I've designed and it's selling. In America, they basically turned away 3 of my designs. I suspect because I didn't put a description in the box. So Google just went, no, don't like it. But could I get hold of anyone at spreadshop.com in the US? They've got a chat window. There was no one ever there. It kept saying, none of our agents are available to talk. It's like, well, why have you even got that facility? Come on, guys. You can do better than that. Because the product looks great. And the dealing with their sites seems really easy. But the support at the moment isn't great. It's not instant. And YouTube, I'm quite embarrassed by their responses twice now, trying to work this out. I basically just get fobbed off. So I'm waiting for an email to explain either what has happened or what I need to do from now. So you lovely people in YouTube land can buy merchandise from the merch shelf. I said to the guy I was talking to today, you're actually taking money out of your own pocket because there's no array of products. At the moment, people are buying merchandise directly from the links in the description box on the videos. They're not using the merch shelf because there's nothing on there. Madness. I thought it's a business. That's the whole point. Okay, Canberra. I use a piccolo bass for mine on the synth sounds. Okay, interesting. Blaine Lewis, good to see you. Welcome. What about the Phil Jones gear? Does it have a full sound? Again, with smaller cabinets, and I know the whole premise of Phil Jones's stuff, but again, you can't get away from physics. So some of the Phil Jones stuff, take it out on a gig, it's going to do some things really well. But again, if you don't have PA reinforcement and your backline is totally responsible for what the audience hear and what you're getting in terms of monitoring, I certainly suggest auditioning some, probably in a bass store. Okay, don't crank it up so people's ears bleed, but you need to compare and contrast. I've had some Phil Jones bass stuff for review over the years, and yeah, very nice, very good, very articulate. I can't remember if I ever took it out on gigs though. I might have done. I think I did. And one thing I had simply didn't cut the mustard. It just wasn't going to be powerful enough in the room, the venue I was in. So as with any amplification, you've got to compare and contrast these things. And where people go, oh, 1x12 is more than ample. It won't be. You're going to have some venues or some stages even that just sap your frequencies. And you can be playing it one day and go, God, this is so loud. Play it another day and go, where did all my frequencies go? Wedding marquees, particularly. I've been on big stages in big marquees with like 300 wedding guests in. The night before, used exactly the same rig, and everyone's going, God, it's so loud. The following night, everyone's going, where's the bass? Basically, in a marquee, bass frequencies just go. So you are basically reliant on mid-range and the quality of your amplification and the size of your speakers. That's the way it is. That's the way it is. But again, if you've got PA reinforcement, the size of the speakers are relevant because it's only monitoring for you. But if you're not going through the PA and it is just your amplification that's responsible for what people hear bass-wise, that's when you have to start thinking about bigger cabinets. Looking forward to the new designs. David, we're talking merchandise, and I think I've solved the t-shirt. I think it was a t-shirt you were talking about on the live chat preceding the Ibanez workshop video. So, as I mentioned on that, the US Spread Shop store had cut my designs from 4 down to 1. I think it was the lack of descriptions in the 3 other designs, which meant those designs got rejected. I took those designs off today, re-put them up, resubmitted them, did the descriptions, did the tags. They're now under review. So hopefully the items you wanted to buy will now be back up on there. Probably not there yet. In fact, I'll tell you what, I'll check for you. So I've got that tab open on my PC. No, they're still in review, which isn't surprising. I'll probably find out tomorrow. But everything on the UK store is now working, but not on the YouTube shelf. Let me just check, see if anything's changed there. I don't think it will have. No, 3 bags. That's all you can buy. 3 bags with 3 designs. I don't get it. All of the merchandise was up there. On the day I connected the store, everything went up. And if I look in my Spreadshirt account, everything went up to YouTube. But for some reason, YouTube aren't displaying it. I don't know what is going on. What can I tell you? Joe Goose, Mike, I plugged you on TalkBass. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. You get a few bases from over the pond. Yeah, do you know what? I don't really use TalkBass all that much. I kind of got put off of it. I'm thinking around about 2008, 2009. Can't remember why. There always seemed to be, I don't know, it was like almost everyone was a know-all, but not everyone knew everything. And I kind of just sort of, and actually, Joe, up until recently, I didn't really use Bass Chat all that much. Again, kind of got put off with the know-all sort of syndrome, really. And you'll always get those people on forums, but it just always seemed to be quite unforgiving. And I don't have time to sort of sit on forums all day. I'll dip in and out of base chat from time to time, but thank you for the plug on Talk Base. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I can't go on and do those sort of things because it's just not in my nature. I can't go on there and go, hey, come and look at my chat. And that sort of thing kind of drives me insane. I try and temper when I'm promoting what we do here on the YouTube channel and on the social media pages. I try to temper it with a degree of good manners. And there are people that have YouTube channels and they're just totally in your face all the time. And I can't do that. It's like wearing people down, you know, and I just don't want to do that. I don't want to cause bad feeling. And I don't want someone to think, well, I'm not going to go on his channel because he really annoys me. Unless I just annoy someone just by the way I am, then I can't change that. So, but thank you. I do appreciate that, Joe. Good one. Blame Lewis. Problem I found was cabs with long throw speakers is you can't hear them, but 30 feet away, everybody's deafened. Trace Elliott syndrome. Thank you. For years, that was their big problem, which is they're great, but they are super loud. It's kind of also like certain Marshall guitar amps or speakers are unidirectional. They don't go out. They are just wall of sound straight into you. Same kind of thing. So yeah, but guys, this is always been the problem, is that you can't take a rig for audition unless a manufacturer or distributor says, take it out on some gigs and bring it back after a week and let us know. You can't go into a store, buy a rig, take it on gigs and then say, oh, it's not what I wanted, I'll have my money back. It doesn't work like that. You end up putting down a load of cash on a amp setup, a rig. And if it's not what you wanted, you're lumbered. But that's the problem. I've been very lucky, I think. So I bought my Hartke rig in 92. I just bought that because I knew it was going to sound good. The EBS stuff I got to take out for a bunch of gigs over a week when Bernie Goodfellow was the distributor. So that was 2002. And then my next rig was the Aguilar stuff, by which point I was an Aguilar artist and endorser. So I'd already tried a lot of this stuff. And I basically went to a UK distributor, sat in there for a day. I knew I was going to buy what I was buying. So I ended up with the DB751, AG700, two SL212s, bunch of effects. Off we go. And I've got the other bits and bobs. So I've got the Mesa Boogie Strategy 888. I've got a bunch of Class D amps. Got the Gensben Shuttle 92 over there. Gallien-Kruger MB200. Got Trace Elliott Elf. Got the Hartke combo. So I've got a variety of amplification. Whole load of preamp pedals, as you guys know. So yeah, I've got enough to cover all the different angles that I do. And how bizarre now that literally most gigs I'm on, I'm using a pedal board and in-ears. So go figure that one out. Okay, where are we? David Gill, yes it was. Okay, Cam Voodoo. I currently use an EBS Neo Gorm 210 combo. They are lovely for gigging, and it's outstanding for a 210. It shows up any other 210 system. Yeah, I'll go with that. Very powerful, and you compare that with an extra 210 cab, you got a 410. So you know, or you could connect up a 212. Give you a great setup there. I have used, it's just heavy for an old geezer like me. Now, come on. We're all youngsters here. My drummer is stupidly loud and I've never been over 12 o'clock, plus it goes to 11. Yes, indeed. My Fafners go to 11, so I'll vouch for that. Graham, had a few bits from Phil Jones myself over the years. Personally think it sounds amazing. Yeah, very hi-fi and punchy. Yeah, really well made and classy. Yeah, can be heavy to carry though. Yeah, depending on what it is. But again, and this is something I haven't talked about for a while. Let me just grab a drink before I get on this tirade. Hold on. So, before we had Neo cabs and lightweight cabs and all that kind of thing, before that technology was there and we could afford it, the only way you could make a speaker lighter was to use cheaper wood. So, back in the 90s, when Hartkey became very prominent and prevalent, the Hartkey 410 XL cab goes back into the 80s. I mean, Jaco Pastorius had the first one. Daryl Jones uses one in the Sting Bring on the Night video. That's 85. So the Hartkey cabs were around for ages, XLs. Then the amplifiers came out. So we had the HA300, 3500, HA5000, then we had the 7000. But what they were then coming out with were the transporter cabs. Now, the reason they were called transporter was they were much, much lighter than the XL cabinets. Very good. As a result, the transporter cabinets were cheaper. So obviously people were looking at it going, why do I want to buy an XL for £1,000 when I can buy a transporter cabinet for £600? Great, I'll have the transporters. Loads of players bought Hartkey amps, bought transporter cabs. A couple of years, so we're talking like 98, 99, 2000. I keep bumping into bass players on the London covers scene. I keep going, oh, you use Hartkey? Yeah. Do you go through speakers? No, never done. I did one speaker in 1997. The reason it split was the cabinet had been in a van overnight during December, really cold. Got to a gig, took the cab out, put the amp on, turned it on, started playing the gig. There was no warm-up time. It was literally set the gear up and start playing. We were playing quite loud. And one of the cones went. The Hartkey cabinets, I think, ran in parallel rather than series. So the speakers were in pairs. So you got 2 and 2. And if one speaker of a pair went down, then it was the pair that went down, not the other pair. Anyway, I digress. So people would say, oh, you use Hartkey, do you go through speakers? I say, no, I've only been through one. Oh, my cabinet is going through speakers. There's got to be something wrong with it. What was happening was the wood that they used to reduce the weight was much thinner. It's a bass cabinet. It's got frequencies, low frequencies that need power. If you're not getting that coming out of your speaker, you're going to start pushing the EQ up. You're going to start turning the volume up. So then you're pushing even more. The problem is you've got thin wood that's not up to the job. Doesn't matter how good the driver is. There's going to come a point where those frequencies are going to, it's going to make the speakers split, or the actual way it moves, the actual movement of it, the transport of it, something's going to go wrong. This is what was happening. People were turning their EQ up, turning the amps up louder because they weren't getting the bottom end delivery that they wanted. They were going through cones like crazy. And at that time, the Hartkey distributor in the UK was the Bass Centre in Wapping. I can tell you, every time I went to the Bass Centre, I'd go into Chris Ward's repair room, where they did all the bass work and the setups and everything else. And he would literally have one side of that room was a wall of 1x10, well, basically 10-inch speaker drivers for Hartkeys. And they just all up, because the cones in the XLs were the same as the cones in the transporters. It was just the cabinet manufacture, construction that was different. And he had this wall, and I said, Chris, what the hell is that? He said, oh, those are the cones. And I went in there one Saturday. He said, just hang around for an hour, go and grab a coffee, watch the amount of people that come in here with knackered Hartkey cones. And he was right. From about 10 o'clock in the morning, and I think I must have stayed there till like 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, one by one, bass players who I recognised from the London gig scene were coming in with their 1x10. They were split, or the actual cone part had come away from the drive. And basically what happened is you bring your cone in, he'd give you a new one. I think it was like, God, I think they were about 90 quid each, 100 quid each. He'd give you a new one. He'd take your old one from you, and then he would recone it, and it would go in another box, and that would go. So it would be basically a new driver. But he could never do it there and then. It would have to be, they would come in, he'd do it on a Monday or a Tuesday, ready for the following weekend. But because people were gigging Thursdays and Fridays, and these cones were popping, they'd come in on Saturday to get replacement driver, so their cab was ready for that night. And it was just the bizarrest thing. And he said to me, "You use Harkey, don't you?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "You've never been in here for a driver?" I went, "Well, no." I said, "Because I bought an XL." He said, "Well, that's why, XL's heavier wood, thicker wood, bigger, better construction. It's why they're heavy. But that's why they take bass frequency." He said, "You don't strike me as the sort of guy who just turns everything up on full." I said, "No, I'm a bit more intelligent with my EQ. So basically, I'll set it all flat in a room, set my bass flat, then we'll EQ what I need for that band. If there's slapping, there might be a bit more treble. If it's more finger style, it'd be low mids, that kind of thing. And then you take it from there. You don't turn everything up full whack and hope for the best." So that's my story. So getting back to the point, construction of your cabinets is everything. Or it was back then. The lighter stuff now is light because we've got neodymium technology. That's why we pay more for it. Let's see. Talk bass. Here we go. Blameless. Sorry, I got lost on the thread there. Talk bass was great a few years back when Jeff Berlin started arguing with everybody. That wasn't a few years back, mate. That goes back like 30 years. I can remember coming on bass forums in like 1999, 2000. There used to be a daily post, like an email digest from the US called The Bottom Line. Jeff Berlin was on that and basically just ranted and raved to the point that he's now in, and he wonders why, lots of people don't like him or don't have any time for him, because he is the way he is. And he won't accept that he's wrong about anything, which I think annoys a lot of people, but he just rubs people up the wrong way. That's something as a bass player you have to address. If you carry on with that outlook and that way of behaving, no one's ever going to hire you. Now, I grant you, Jeff Berlin's had some great gigs in his life, but he's always going to have that part of him that just winds people up. It's too late to change now, probably wouldn't want to change. He likes the way he is. That's cool. Doesn't mean everyone else sort of subscribes to that way of thinking, but yeah. So he's been doing that. That's notorious. And actually, The Bottom Line had some very big American bass luminaries that used to be on there because it was a really good source of information. And some of the Flaming Wars, oh my days. Some quite famous bass players were on there, and it got really nasty at various points. Cam Voodoo, I've got a few wrong rigs. Yamaha and Eden. Do you mean old rigs? How can you have a wrong rig? You are right. If you can try it in anger, it makes so much difference. It does. When I was trying out the EBS stuff, I still had my Hartkey rig. And the reason I was moving over was I'd had the Hartkey thing for 10 years, but I was starting to get a lot of dry joints on the amp, and it was starting to cause me problems on gigs, sometimes important gigs, and it was embarrassing. And I kept getting it fixed, and the same things kept happening. And it was like, I need something else. And also 10 years of technology had gone, and EBS seemed to be the thing that was coming up and coming out, and lots of people using it. A friend bought his HD 350 and a 210 round for me to hear, and I was like, wow, okay, I need to go and check this stuff out. I wasn't writing for the magazine at the time, so it wasn't like the gear was going to come to me and I could check it. So I had to go to the distributor, which was Bernie Goodfellow, obviously, and try the stuff out for myself. So I had a Hartkey HA 3500, so 350 watt head, 4x10 cabinet. So I wanted a 4x10 Proline EBS, and I wanted the TD 650, I think. So I had a gig later that week at the Celtic Manor Resort, Newport, the big golfing place. Fairly big gig. So I did one set with my Hartkey rig, and I did the second set with the EBS rig. I hated the EBS rig. Absolutely hated it. It was just top and bottom. And it didn't matter how much I played with the mids, brought the bass down, brought the treble down, boosted the there was no definition. It was just bass everywhere. I was like, that is not what I want. That's not my sound. Took it back to Bernie a couple of days later. He said, love it? I said, no, hate it. Absolutely hate it. That ain't for me. I said, it could be that the cab is great, but that amplifier is not what I'm looking for at all. So we set the rigs up in his workshop and we were playing with it. He said, no, you're right. The way you play your sound through your Hartkey rig is not, you're not conveying that to the EBS rig. I said, no. He said, right, let's just change. Rather, he said, it can't be the cabinets because the cabinets are great. It's got to be the amplifier. So he took the 650 away, brought the Fafner in. As soon as I plugged into the Fafner with a flat EQ, bang, there was my sound. I was like, there we go. Sold. Done. Thank you. And I was back out the door, and I carried on using that amp and those cabs for 7 years, up to 2009. And then, as I said earlier, I then bought, to save the back, Neo 212, Neo 210, stayed with Fafners right the way up till 2018. And that's that story. So, yeah. Right, okay, Cam Voodoo. Yeah, I have got a few wrong rigs. That's not English, sir. I'm sorry. Right, my 15 Hartkey speaker needed a recomb, funny enough. There you go. I think you can still get Hartkey stuff. I don't know who distributes. Oh, it would be Korg. Korg for Hartkey stuff over here. Joe Goose. I love Jeff Berlin's language, but his tone makes me wince. Don't ask him about slapping, tapping, Billy Sheehan, Jacko, Stanley Clark. Yeah. I'm sure I bumped into Jeff at one of the London-based guitar shows because he was a columnist for the mag. I didn't say hello though, but I suspect he and I would not get on, but that's okay. I have no problem with that, and I'm sure he doesn't either. Joe Goose bass, horrible chorus burpy tone. That's Jeff Berlin's tone. That's what he's always had. That's what his name is attached. That's his thing. You want to sound like Jeff Berlin? That's what you got to. Burpy, middly, chorusy. That's what it is. Bissog, saw Jeff Berlin with John McLaughlin once. Good gig, but it didn't last. Do you mean Jeff Berlin with John McLaughlin? Is that what you meant? It didn't last. Blame Lewis. Jeff Berlin chord tone course got me playing from a powerful harmonic mindset. Got me loads of gigs. Excellent. Excellent. This is the thing. Jeff has got so much knowledge that he can convey. But it's just the way he conveys it. So to buy a book that Jeff Berlin's written is probably the way to go. But to get into conversations, because whatever you said, my experience of reading and hearing from people who have worked with him and have studied under him, it sounds like a bit of a nightmare. And personally, I wouldn't want to put myself through it. But there we go. Each to our own. Cam Voodoo, sorry, by wrong rigs, I meant rigs I thought were okay when I tried them in a shop, but crap live. Got you. Right. Thank you. Yamaha rig. Yes, they did do a range of bass amplification, didn't they? Yes, they did. Eden. It's always been a mixed bag. I've heard some players use it and sound great. I've heard other people use it, sounded dreadful. But the golden days of Eden are long since gone, sadly. Jeff's work with Bruford is outstanding. That's kind of what he became known for, was what he did with Bill Bruford. Jeff Berlin with John McLaughlin, Trilok Gertu. They did the tour, but the trio didn't last. I'll bet it didn't. Kai Eckhart got the gig and did the classic album at the Royal Festival Hall. Okay, cool. Okay, here we are. We've been going almost an hour. Welcome to live chat number 40. The big 40 here on Brooks's Bass Corner. You're all very welcome wherever you are in the world. I hope you're having a good evening. Might be afternoon, might be the morning wherever you are. Here we are, London town, UK. We do this every Tuesday at 8 o'clock. So if you've got any questions about bass guitars, bass amplifiers, bass speakers, bass effects, bass accessories, gig bags, great bass players, bands that had great bass players, albums that have got great bass lines on. If there's any videos here on the channel that you may have seen previously and you'd like to ask me a question, maybe you'd like to ask me a question about some of the interviews I've done. Maybe you want to ask some questions about stuff I've done for Bass Guitar Magazine or Bass Player Magazine over the years. Joe, we'll get to the Mark King Level 42 section when you start throwing those questions out. So that's all good. My friend Joe Goose been bigging up the channel and these live chats on Bass Chat. It's very much appreciated. If you have come over from Bass Chat this evening, I know I put a little post up earlier to see if Joe was attending. If you've come over from Bass Chat, you are very welcome. The whole channel is geared to bass players and people that want to know about basses and reviews and demos and, you know, players. And it's basically an extension of what I used to do for the magazines. So if I can help in any way, if I can offer some advice, perhaps there's something on the channel you think, Mike, you're talking rubbish. By all means, interject, leave a comment, leave a question in the live chat box. For anyone on the mobile app, live chat box is directly below here. If you're on the desktop version, it's that way. Put your insertion point in there, put your comment or question in, press send. I'll respond to it as soon as I see it. I have a friend up in Scotland called Paolo who I've been communicating with via the community tab and comment section on various videos for almost a year. He's trying to communicate here on the live chat. And every week he says, I can't do it. I can't. So if you're watching Paolo, right, I'm going to explain it to you because we keep trying to converse via message and it's a bit difficult when we're not on a live chat. So this window that I am in, this is the video window. I know you're going to be watching this on your mobile phone, not the laptop or a desktop. So you're going to be on a mobile phone. Directly below this video is another window and you will see everyone's messages popping up there. I have the desktop version here in front of me. At the bottom of the messages, you'll see something that says, I think this is what you guys get, say something. So put your cursor in there, press your button, then you can type your message. And when you're done, there's like an arrow where it says 0/200. So basically you can put 200 characters in a comment. There's an arrow pointing right. Click on that and it will send it. If I see your message, I will respond to it as soon as it pops up. Perhaps you're not watching and you might see this after the event, but either way, Paolo, I would love for you to get involved because me and the lovely people here on the live chats on Tuesday are totally up your street. Okay, right, so a load of messages all pop in here, so let's go through these. Can Voodoo, Jeff's work with Yes didn't cut it for me. No, the Anderson Bruford Wakeman House stuff, there's the live album and video of that. It wasn't him for the whole tour. Jeff Berlin did one half and Tony Levin did the other. And I know which half I would have wanted to see. But no, I agree with you. It wasn't all that, was it? But that's, again, it was the Bill Bruford connection. I think that's why he got that. Vissel, God no Chris Squire attitude and grit. Correct. I know, well, clearly we've got some Chris Squire fans on here. Guys, this live chat is all about me promoting what's on the channel. So if you aren't already aware, my interview with Chris Squire from 2014 is available as an interview video here. I'll put a link to it in the description box. That will be on tomorrow. For anyone watching, whether you're watching now or at a later date, anything I refer to in terms of content already here on the channel, so videos, links, all of that will be in the description box from tomorrow. So if you haven't seen the Chris Squire interview video, there'll be a link for it tomorrow. Alternatively, you can just go into the video section of the channel, type Chris Squire, and you'll see it. It'll pop up. Very good it is too. Tony Levin did the gig better. Thank you, Vissog. Exactly, I agree. Jeff's stuff on Alan Holdsworth's road games was very good. Yeah, Jeff's a great player. It's just he winds people up and he knows he's doing it. But it's just the way he is. So you either take it or you leave it. That's the way. Can Voodoo, Lee Pomeroy, yes, is outstanding, isn't? I love Lovely. Lee sold me my first Hartkey rig when he used to work at Rock Bottom in Croydon back in 1992. And the very first time I met him, we got like a house on fire. He took my pink Kabiki Factor, turned it upside down, and basically played round about Heart the Sunrise and South Side of the Sky, while I just stood there agog and my chin was on the floor. And I was like, okay, he's all right, isn't he? He can play a bit. And then promptly did a load of level 42 stuff with the bass upside down, strung from top to bottom, G, D, A, E. And I'd not seen someone slap the E string. Well, you can't, yeah. So slapping down there and plucking up, it was crazy. But that's Lee Pomeroy, outstanding. Blame Lewis, the most underrated bassist is Rufus Philpott, great educator too. Yeah, you know, I've never really checked him out. I keep hearing the name. It's one of those things. I've got so many things to do each day. That players like him kind of, I hear the name constantly and it just passes me by. I'll get there at some point. Robert O'Brien, good to see you. Welcome. I don't think you've attended a live chat before, but you're very welcome. Yamaha owns Ampeg. Yes, they do. I did a big advertorial on that acquisition back in April 2020, just after we went in a lockdown. I did the advertorial for Bass Player and Bass Guitar magazine, and I had loads of Yamaha basses, the whole range of Ampeg amplification, and the Line 6 Helix stuff all here. Just as we went in a lockdown, it was like, okay, that'll keep me busy. So maybe they'll try a Yamaha bass amp again. I don't think they will, frankly. I think Yamaha are intelligent enough that the Yamaha stuff the amplification didn't do great last time, and now they've got Ampeg, they will push that as hard as possible. I think with Yamaha amplification, there's too many other. They're fighting a losing battle. They're not going to win that battle, so best just to put your resources into the big hitter, which is Ampeg. Can Voodoo, Chris Squire blew me away when I first heard Heart the Sunrise. Mate, that summer of 92 was kind of a bit of an epiphany for me because I'd worked with a friend of mine for years, Jamie Fisher, and he was a huge Yes fan. In the summer of 91, he tried to get me into Yes. And I wasn't having it. I was like, nah, not interested. And then Yes Years, the video came out. Now, I love band documentaries. I love all that. And I love when they go through the history of a band and then they go through all the albums and you hear the songs. And I was like, oh, actually, some of this is quite good. He said, yes, see, I told you. I said, well, it sounds like there's a lot of flannel as well. But yeah, anyway, lent me a couple of albums and I was like, yeah, okay. Summer of 92. This was before I'd met Lee Pomeroy. My local library had a copy of the Yes Years double CD. So basically like a greatest hits, not that Yes really ever had hits other than the Owner of a Lonely Heart. And it basically had all the big tracks. And I was like, okay, pennies dropped now. I really like this. I need to investigate further. And I love Chris Squire. and so I started buying up the albums, like one or two. And at that time, HMV, Virgin, Tower Records would do those buy 3 albums for 15 quid or 5 albums for 20. And invariably, loads of the Yes albums were in those deals. So I'd go CD shopping and I'd pick one up here, one there, buy a couple in an offer. Suddenly I was building up the Yes back catalogue. Then met Lee Pomeroy, who said, oh, yes, Chris Squire. Whoa. And I was like, yeah, I'm sold here. So at that point, I was then in second year at university. So through my whole second year at uni, in that 12 months, so from like July 92 through to the following July 93, I basically amassed the whole back catalogue of Yes. Loved it. Absolutely loved it. I was sold hook, line and sinker. Vissog, watched a Rufus Philpott video recently who said just the same thing. Okay. Lewis, good evening. You sent me a message the other day, Lewis, and I replied to it, and it didn't make any sense. It was to do with the workshop video. You sent a message. I can find it if you wish. Comments. Here we go. I'll find it. 2 seconds. Lewis Wingrove. Right. Lewis, you said on the improve how your Ibanez SR300EB bass plays workshop video that I put up on Sunday, you sent me a message yesterday that says, and I'm reading this off the screen, if you look up chemical guy's name, ... you will find it to be a much better product for your wax. That doesn't make any sense. So please explain to me what you meant in layman's terms so I can respond. Joe Goose, Mike, should we use a compressor pedal at a gig? Yes or no? Depends. Depends what sound you're after, what you're trying to achieve. If you're doing slapping stuff, you might want to. If you're doing tapping, you might want to. Generally, over the years, I've not used compressors because I like to do natural dynamics with my hands, my fingers. I don't like the spongy quality that certain compressor pedals and rack mounts can give you. But if you have a compressor rack mount that has more than just level and ratio or level and compressor, then you can start going into the intricacies and set it up properly. A well set up compressor is a fabulous thing. Cheap compressor pedals with 2 knobs is not good enough. That's an approximation. It's not, to me, setting up a compressor properly is a bit of an art, but if you're good at it, it can make a huge difference to how your bass signal sounds. But a lot of people don't use rack mount compressors, but thankfully compressor pedals have come a long way. So for years, kind of the industry standard was the blue Boss compressor pedal, but again, that's only got a couple of controls. Thankfully, things have come on a long way, and now you look at the MXR compressor, and it's got like 4 or 5 controls. All those attack, release, ratio parameters, they're all great. So it's up to you. It depends what you want to achieve. But like I say, for years I didn't use one because I just found it sapped too much of the dynamics. Yet here we are 36 years after I started playing, and I've now got a compressor pedal on my board because I'm doing Forget-Me-Nots in Uncle Funk's Disco Inferno, and I'm just finding that slap part, it's all slap apart from a very small part in the middle of it, and it just gives me a uniform bass signal through the whole of it. So it's up to you, mate. Mark King kind of used to employ the compressor for slapping, and then he'd turn it off when he went to fingerstyle. It just depends what you want to do, what you want to achieve. Some people swear by them, some people don't. But it depends what you're doing. There's certainly no written law that you've got to have a compressor pedal, but it's kind of up to you, really. Lewis, you were asking me to elaborate on my wax comment. As an ex-owner of a detail company, it is a simple, long-winded answer. I'll be short. That's all right. We've got all evening, Lewis. You go for it. Visog, like your interview with Chris. Thank you. That'll be 10 years next year since I did that. You seem to strike up a good rapport. Yes, we did, but it took 2 glasses of white wine to get there. When he arrived, he was not in a good mood, and he knew he had 10 interviews to do that day, and I got the first one. But once he'd had 1 glass of wine and he was warming up, and he knew A, I was a Yes fan, B, I was a bass player, and C, I knew what I was talking about. He kind of, oh, okay, this isn't like doing an interview with someone from the Daily Mail who doesn't really have a clue what we've done, and all they're going to know is Owner of a Lonely Heart. So I was able to ask him some in-depth stuff on old material, album tracks, a lot of bass stuff, clearly, because it was for Bass Guitar Magazine. And yeah, he kind of warmed up, and the feedback we got, I think he'd said, I can't say I'm quoting, but I think the feedback was it was his favourite interview of the day that he did on that day. So I was like, well, I'll go with that. That's fine. But his hands were huge. So if those are my hands, think double. It was like a bear's paw. It was huge. I went to shake his hand. I thought, Christ, it's going to crush my hand. But he was very nice anyway. EAZL, any opinion on musicians using iPads, tablets on stage? Do you know me? Have you been reading my comments on Facebook? So I don't know who you are, but I'm guessing you probably have. Yeah, I'll give you loads of comments about that. What do they have on their screens? Okay, right, my views on iPads. So if you ever come to an Uncle Funk show or you see a video and I've got an iPad, which used to be on the floor on my pedal board, it's now on a lovely Hercules iPad mount on my stand. That is my mixer for my IEMs. I don't run set lists. I might have a song list, but I've never done one on an iPad. I don't use Mac stuff. I'm not an Apple fan. So I don't go for all that set list on an iPad. I know the Uncle Funk set list kind of, and it's all, we have backing tracks or we have click tracks for every song. So it says in our ears, we got the cue track. So it says, you know, We Are Family or Disco Inferno. It says it before we even start it. So if you see me with an iPad, it's got my mixer. If I'm not using IEMs, I don't use an iPad on stage. From 2011 to 2015, I used to book covers bands into a chain of venues in London. This was around the time that iPads were taking off, they come out, became very prevalent. As time went on, I started to get more and more complaints from venue managers saying, Mike, the band we had last night, they played really well, but the singer was basically looking at her iPad all night, or his iPad all night. And I said, okay. I said, they've probably got their set list on. He went, no, they were reading the lyrics. I walked round the side of the band and I looked to see what was on their screen. They were reading the lyrics. I said, okay. And then I started getting well, they had the iPad up at face level, so the audience couldn't see them. So, okay, all right, leave it with me. I'll deal with this. So basically I had to go to quite a few bands and say to them, if you're going to employ a singer that reads lyrics off an iPad, then you're not doing any of the gigs. Simple as that. So you can either get your singer not to use an iPad and actually learn the songs. They're singing it, yeah? I play bass. I memorize the stuff in my head. They can do the same. If they don't want to, or you're using a rotating list of vocal depths who aren't learning anything, and bear in mind this was kind of a new thing back then, because up to that point, what was the other option? Lyric sheets on the floor. Very rare you would ever get a singer that would have all their lyrics on a music stand in front of them, not on pub gigs, pub and club gigs. And yeah, so what was now becoming the norm, because also at that point we didn't really have the big mobile smartphones, so it was iPads so people were putting all their lyrics on their iPad and just go from one gig to another, playing with loads of different bands, not ever learning anything. And I had a situation in 2018 when someone was auditioning for the band I was in at the time. Big song, Sex on Fire. Everyone has to play it. Loads of bands now don't play it. They refuse to. Fair enough. But at that time, it's still a big pub club song. Now, every singer on the circuit at that point should have known the lyrics to that song. We've got a pub, probably with about 300 people in, going nuts. They start hearing the guitar intro for Sex on Fire. And the singer, who we were auditioning that night on that gig, was on her phone calling up the lyrics for Sex on Fire. She didn't know the lyrics. I said, what are you doing? She said, well, I don't know what the words are. I said, you are joking. It's Sex on Fire. She said, yeah, I don't know the words. I'm just getting them up on my phone. She read the lyrics for Sex on Fire in a pub with 300 people. The governor was not impressed. So my whole thing with iPads is that, you know, you're being paid as a professional musician. You can go and work with hundreds of bands if you like, and that's all cool. That's no problem. But at least have the decency to learn the stuff. Now, if you want to, okay, I get that, you know, theatre musicians, orchestras read charts. That's fine. But in that environment where you're there to entertain people, you've got to remember with an orchestra, if they've got a singer on as well, people are focusing on the singer, not the orchestra. Same in a theatre. No one looks at the band. They're watching the stage. But if you're on a pub, club, general theatre gig, like now with tribute bands and what have you, you're there to entertain people, not to stand rooted to the spot reading an iPad. And what gets me is when people have got their iPads at eye level. So basically they are just reading it off the screen. I mean, it's just rude. It's rude. And personally, I have a problem with it. I know other band leaders do. I've had to say to people, if you're going to use an iPad, then the gig's not for you. If you can't be bothered to look, I'm hiring you because you're meant to be really good as a singer and you know these songs. If you don't know these songs, I mean, it's very rare whenever I've booked someone that we're going to be doing songs that they won't know. So there's no real excuse. But also, if I'm paying someone £300, for example, learn the words. I've had to learn the notes. The drummers had to learn the beats. You know, this is another thing. I'm meeting increasingly large numbers of young drummers reading gigs off iPads. And it's like, guys, you need to be watching what the band are doing. If anything changes in the arrangement, you haven't got it written down in your iPad. You don't know that change is going to happen. If something went wrong technologically and we're going to do an extra 32 bars at the end, you don't have that written into your iPad. And when I'm on a gig, if I'm we're all about face. If I'm stage left looking at the audience, from the audience's perspective, the drummer invariably reads their iPad where their hi-hat is, if they're right-handed. There's no eye contact, and I've had this many times, and it drives me insane. And it's like, we're not robots, but they're treating the gig like that's what it is. It's just another performance. Well, no, it's not. It's not. So, so if you're asking me if I have a problem with iPads and tablets on stage, yeah, I do. So unless you're using it for an IEM mix or your set list, that's, There we go, EAZL. That's my take on it. I just hate it. I hate it. Can Voodoo, Roger Dean's artwork drew me in as well, being a sci-fi nerd. That's all cool. I love Roger Dean's artwork. It's good. Patrick Sweeney, evening, sir. Good to see you. Fellow dance enablers. Yes. Lewis, in the wax game, carnauba is what you want. That's what is in the Dunlop cream of carnauba wax. Yes, sir. It's natural. Very good. Basically, it's concrete in its natural form. Okay. It's about how you refine the ingredients. White is for luster. Yellow carnauba is for armor. Very good. Okay. Understood. Martin, Mike, any tips for recalling songs previously learned? Yeah. I find that I can learn a song, but after a while of playing other songs, I can't instantly recall the older song. That's called age. And I used to be able to hold hundreds of songs in my head. And as time has gone by, that's become less apparent. However, notable exceptions, ABBA songs. I spent a month learning ABBA at the end of 1997 into the start of 1998. I can go years without playing any ABBA songs, yet if I get an ABBA gig, literally one run through is all I need at home before I do the gig, because those parts are indelibly etched in my brain for whatever reason. But in terms of recalling stuff that you've previously learned, I really wish at the start, and I meant to do this and I didn't, was have a folder, and as you learn a song, do your chord sheet and any notes that you needed, because then I could always just flip into it. Well, here we are, 28 years later. That never happened. I do have notes for some things, and I've got certain stuff on my hard drive as well. But generally, if it's something that I'm only going to learn once and do once and that's it, I learn it totally to the letter for that gig. But the way, over the years, what I've come to realize is my brain is like a hard drive. So once it's full, especially in the summer and at Christmas, when there's lots of different bands, might be doing lots of different sets, some of it quite tricky, I can go to the point that my head is full. But once that gig is over, or run of gigs is over of me playing that material, I'll completely forget it. Perfect example. I'm a huge Queen fan, enormous Queen fan. I did my very first Queen tribute in March 2019. It was one gig. I did it. About 7 months later, I did my second Queen gig. I could not remember more than about 4 songs. I'd completely forgotten it because I hadn't had to play Bohemian Rhapsody, We Are the Champions, Under Pressure. I just whole loads of those songs I did for that one gig and then completely forgotten because there wasn't going to be, apart from the ones that I play in covers bands regularly. So Another One Bites the Dust, Don't Stop Me Now, and We Will Rock You. Don't tend to play a lot of Queen otherwise. But when I came to do the second gig, completely forgot it. So I had to come back and relearn it, but I didn't make notes. I thought, no, you're going to learn it and store it this time, which I did. And lo and behold, you know, with COVID lockdowns, we didn't gig for ages, but all the Queen stuff stayed in the head. So when we came back out of lockdown, literally again, one run through, I was ready to go. So my advice is, if you're going to be learning stuff and you think you're going to be playing it again further down the line, then make some notes, whether it's on a hard drive, on paper, whatever works for you. Everyone's different. But generally, you know, for years, I used to get bombarded doing depth gigs for people, and I'd be learning one-offs just for that gig and then not play it again for months. But I kind of got into the rhythm of doing that. So every Friday and Saturday, if I was doing different bands, I'd spend a day on each band and keep that stuff in my head. But I've always learnt stuff because I want to be able to go on autopilot when I'm on the gig. What's happened is technology has facilitated the ability for people to not learn anything, just write it down and then play it. It doesn't make for a great gig, and it's not particularly great if you're in a band and someone is just reading the whole gig off a pad. It's just not for me, I'm afraid. Right, Lewis, so to provide protection for your loved ones, as in basses, use a paste wax for best results unless a buffer is involved. Thank you, Lewis. I'll remember that. Motix, I don't think you've been here on a live chat before, so you're very welcome. Hope you're okay. Hey, do you know what the Yamaha policy regarding custom basses is? Do you have to be a famous player to get one? Or is there another way? No, generally any manufacturer will make a custom bass for anyone. It's just, have you got the money to do it? Custom bass, generally you're looking at between, well, prices have clearly gone up, but it depends what you want. Generally, I'd say most manufacturers are going to want from £2,000, $2,000, €2,000 up. So depending what you want, that's what it's going to cost. So no, I think any company will make you a custom bass. What you want to do is, if you don't already have contacts at the company or the local distributor, is to go to either a local retailer and they can handle the order process for you, or find out who the local distributor is. So here in the UK, I think we have a Yamaha hub here in the UK. So you would get in touch with someone there, and then they can talk you through the order process, or you can go to any music store and go through it all, and they should be able to do it as well. If you're looking at other manufacturers, if you're looking at smaller luthiers, for example, I've bought basses from GB Guitars. Basically, I went and had a chat with Bernie Goodfellow, the guy who makes them. He's GB Guitars, and went through what I wanted, went through the details, paid deposit, and then you have regular interaction during the build process, and eventually at the end of it, a bass appears. The new Amos Heller Custom BB is fire. I'll take your word for it. I haven't seen one, I haven't played one. If I come across one in a store, perhaps Bass Direct, I'll check it out. Thank you. If you want to ask some more questions, Motix, about that, about ordering a custom bass, let me know. Lewis, this is not Karate Kid. Wax on, wax off. Straight movements across hatch is good. Take off the wax when appropriate in the opposite direction you finished. Okay, cool. Can Voodoo, our singer puts sheets of A4 on a music stand and it winds us up. But not for much longer, if you know what I mean. I know exactly what you mean. And my view on that is, again, if you can't be bothered to learn the stuff, if it's a regular member of the band, why are you in the band? If you can't learn stuff because some people just can't retain stuff, then perhaps you're not the person to be in the band. Personally, I would find that out at the point of audition, And I know when we auditioned drummers and singers in my last full-time covers band, we made that point. We don't have iPads on stage unless it's just a set list. If you try and pull a fast one on the audition and tell us you only have an iPad for a set list, and then we discover every gig, well, one of the reasons I left that band was we were struggling to get a new singer in. We got one and she read everything off the iPad. So that was the point I left that I wasn't hanging around. Yeah, but that's, I don't want to vent about this because I can get really angry about iPad use and lyric reading, but yeah. You know, if you're doing a wedding and you're learning a song as a one-off, you're not going to be doing it often. You're not going to, you can get away with reading that gig. I mean, God, the amount of first dances I did just off a cheat sheet. I'd learnt the song, but the brain goes into autopilot on a gig and oh my God, what was that? What's that chord in the middle? Don't know. So I'd have a little cheat sheet, but it's never obvious. And once I've used it, it's screwed up, put in my pocket. Okay, Stacey, how does a band even engage with each other or with the audience behind iPads? Well, this is it. This is what I'm saying. A lot of bands just become robots, and it is the most boring thing to watch. It's not good. Patrick Sweeney, no iPads allowed with us. Very good. Learn your stuff. Exactly. And I've had this discussion with people, and I've said, look, we've all learned our stuff. You're the singer. Why haven't you learnt the lyrics? And they'll go, oh, well, and I've had well, I can't retain stuff. To which my response is, well, then there's no point you being in the band. You know, we said at the point that you joined, you need to learn the lyrics. Now, if you're not learning the lyrics because you think you're going to jump ship or leave to find another band, well, you might as well go after this. As soon as you say that, they're already banking on the money that they see coming in from the gigs. It's like, oh. Then next gig, they still haven't learnt the lyrics. And this just goes on and on and on. And then when members of the band go, oh, but, you know, it's nice to have them in the band. At which point, that's my point to go. Sorry. Robert O'Brien. Good. I've got an Ibanez SR 5000. 5000 or 500? Very good anyway. That came with the Dario Chromes on, but want to change them out. What strings do you think would bring this bass to life best? Well, so if you've seen my workshop video that I did at the weekend with this Ibanez SR 300, and anyone that follows me here on the channel, you'll know I'm a big Rotosound fan. So at the moment, this has Rotosounds on it. It's got a set of swing bass 66 4000 steel round wounds on. Now, if I play this, I need to put a strap on it because I realised in the workshop videos I didn't have a strap and I'm playing it all cat-handed. It sounded bloody dreadful. I apologise. Let me put a strap on it. Try and play it a little better than I did in that workshop video. So I'm naturally going to suggest Rotosounds to you, Robert, but it depends what your preference is. What sort of sound do you want to get? When it comes to strings, I can have this conversation a million times and there'll always be a million answers. So the first thing to decide is, what metal do you prefer? Do you prefer steel, which is a brighter, harder metal? Or do you prefer nickel, which is a softer, more restrained tone? Okay, those are the two general metals for bass strings. If you go down a flat wound route, and I'll explain what flat wounds are in a moment, well, with Rotosound, their flat wounds are called monal. So it's basically a metal alloy that's got, I think it's got copper and some other things in it. Different brands do flat wounds that aren't monal. They might be steel, whatever. So decide what metal you want. Then you need to decide what style of string you want. So do you want round wounds, which are naturally bright? So the windings are circular around the core. Do you want half wounds, which are a mixture between half wounds and flat wounds? So basically you've got two sides of the string are usually sort of circular and two sides are flat. So you get the benefits of round wounds and flat wounds in one string. Or do you want flat wounds, which are basically a thicker string that are ground down? The different manufacturers do it differently. But they're a chunkier string, a much more rounder sound. You're not going to get a lot of dynamics and transients. And so if you like slapping, you can slap on flat wounds, but it's going to be a very different tone to round wounds. So these are round wounds. Then once you've decided those parameters, then you've got to try and decide what string gauge you want. So you can, I mean, these days you can have anything you want. So generally the lighter gauges are 30, 50, 70, 90. They can go up to 45, 105, 50, 110. I saw a set the other day which were 55, 120. I mean, anything and anything is possible these days with strings. So it's basically a case of finding what works for you. You may find certain strings, certain brands, certain gauges, certain metals work better on some bases than others. I've got 36 bases here. All of them, I can use a standard set. I could put 40, 100 round wounds on all of them, but that's not going to get the best out of all of them. So for example, my Kabikis prefer a heavier gauge. So 45, 105. I've got a status in the rack with a 3595. My Fenders, my Stingrays are 4505s. My other statuses are 4000s. My Alembics are on 4000s. Then we start going into 5 strings. It's a whole another thing, adding in the low B. Some bases I've got cross-matched hybrid sets. So I might have a lighter bottom end. So the E and the A might be 40, 60. And I might have a heavier D and G. So I might have 85, 105. Sorry, talking rubbish. 45, 65, 80, 100. So some bases just work better with that. So it's a mix and match thing. So like I say, decide what metal you want. Decide what style of string you want. And then decide what string gauge you want. And then from that, once you kind of standardize, buy 3 or 4 different brands, try them, take your pick from there. That would be my advice. Lewis, paste wax. We're going across like 5 different conversations here. Right, paste wax has better properties than liquid wax. Okay. One final thought to share is when you detail paint, you scratch the finish every time. Microfiber towels and no circles. Thank you. Okay, very good. I'll take all of that on board. Thank you. Joe Goose, if you see Rob Green again, okay, can you ask him if he's going to start making bases again? Joe, ring him up. Email Dawn. That's the best thing. I haven't seen Rob since the Gizmodrome gig at Scala. So that would have been 2018. So I haven't seen Rob since then. I don't tend to go to Colchester all that often. And when I do on gigs, it's a Saturday and status aren't open on a Saturday. But yeah, send them an email, mate, or give them a call. I'm sure Dawn will give you the heads up on what's going on. Stacey, just pipe band experience here, but as part of the percussion section, we eyeballed each other constantly queuing for breaks. An iPad wouldn't have worked in that environment either. It's because technology has facilitated this. Up until, well, certainly 2008 when smartphones started. But it was iPads that kind of changed everything. You never saw anyone with laptops on a mic stand. It was because an iPad was light enough to put on a mic stand or a stand, and it's just become the sort of prevalent way that certainly the younger fraternity do it more than the olders, I think. And it's not us being old miserable farts. It just doesn't look good. Doesn't look good, and it's lazy. It's lazy. I mean, I wouldn't employ someone that did it, and I'd always forewarn them, and I have done. For example, with Uncle Funk, when we've had depth singers, I've had to say, no iPads. And some people go, I can't do it without the iPad. Well, then you won't be doing the gig, will you? And lo and behold, we've got vocal depths, neither of whom use iPads. They learn the stuff, they get the repeat gigs. Exactly. That's how it works. Yeah. Learn the stuff, we're going to use you again and again and again and again. And they learn the stuff, they've got live tracks. When they come to do the next gig, they've just got to run through the set once at home. They know it. Madness. Okay, Lewis, make it harder to detect when the scratch is in a straight line. I'm a black paint specialist. Good man. 23 cars. Shows with a 19 trophies. One is my... Oh, very good. Very good. You should do a YouTube video, Lewis, on detail work and polishing and painting. It'd be very popular. Roger Voice, I don't think you've been here on a live chat before, but you're very welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for attending. The setup on the Ibanez regarding intonation string height above the frets, does that apply to all bass guitars? It does. In terms of the intonation, the string height, no, not necessarily. That was taken directly from the Ibanez site. And as I said earlier on this live chat, when I read their details on what they were suggesting for doing the intonation, it kind of ruffled my feathers a bit because I do it a different way. You get the same result, but I do it a different way. And I guess Japanese efficiency is they flipped it around the other way. But like I say, you get the same result. Joe Goose, super chat, £5. Thank you very much. Joe Goose just donated £5 to the channel there. Thank you, Joe. Pleasure. Thank you. I do enjoy your support, you know. Thank you. And everyone else that's done super chat payments. Stacey did a lovely super chat payment on the live chat just prior to the premiere of the Ibanez video at the weekend. So thank you, Stacey. I think I said it at the time, but I'll say it again. Thank you, Stacey. Thank you, Joe. Very much appreciated. Yeah, so the setup regarding intonation string height above the frets, does that apply to all bass guitars? So generally each manufacturer has a certain way they set up their basses. Some like their pickups higher, some like them lower. Action wise, generally the way I always did it before I started doing my own setups, I could always do action and intonation, but I didn't go into the whole measuring relief and all of that. I'd just do it by doing the adjustments myself, and if it felt right, great. And if I was on a gig and something didn't feel right, then I could do it. What I did during lockdown was I suddenly got into the scientific way of doing it, because it gives you a point of reference. So whether I'm using manufacturer's measurements or not, I've generally got a rule of thumb in terms of working out neck relief and whether the truss rod needs adjusting. From that, then there is kind of a step-by-step way of doing it. So basically, take your strings off, clean the bass, put the new strings on, adjust the relief, action, intonation, pickup height. From there, if there's still a problem or the neck moves, you've got a point of reference to go back to. So generally for any bass, there's a kind of there's like a field of values that, you know, you don't want it any lower than that and you don't want it any higher than that. And working within that boundary is pretty good. You can be ultra scientific and get it down to micromillimeters and stuff, but with wooden necks, they're going to move. And any bass, you know, from year to year, you're going to have to keep adjusting. People that buy basses and don't keep them set up, you're asking for trouble. And I've always said, certainly here in the UK, we kind of have two periods of adjustment. So you have one in the spring, which is kind of March, April, and then you'll have one in the autumn, which will be around sort of October, November. And I can sit in here in my office in complete quiet, and at those two times of the year, on any day, I'll get his things go ping, 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 and it's the bass necks moving, and it's the tension because of humidity, air pressure, temperature, humidity, and air pressure. It's just natural environmental factors. People that live in the US in very dry states, you know, I'm sure you're readjusting your bass necks all the time. And I've got two alembics on the wall there. They move. Not too bad, actually. They're okay. The statuses with the graphite necks don't move at all. Fabulous. That's what you want. But the wooden neck basses, they all move slightly. And generally, I'd say most of my basses will get twice a year. But it's no major thing. And normally, all the bass, because I did these basses during lockdown, all any of them need, really, if ever there's any movement on the neck, it's just literally a quarter to a half turn in either direct, whichever it needs, whether it needs straightening, or more relief. It's only ever a quarter to a half turn. If it's more than that, then there's probably an issue. So that's when I kind of get the gloves on and we get down to business in the workshop. But generally, it's never more than a quarter or a half turn. Mike from Joe, have you ever owned a bass with a dead E string? Mate, I've bought brand new sets that have had dead E strings, and they either went straight back, all the strings, or if it was from one of the companies I endorsed, usually it's just send that string back and they'll either send another string or a whole pack. There isn't a way to fix a dead E string, mate. If it's dead, it's dead. You can't bring it back to life. The only thing you can do on a set that has been played in, so if the strings were fine when you put them on, as they die off, I'm sure you're aware of Marlowe DK. There's a video of him doing this on YouTube. Other people have mentioned it, but basically over time, strings accumulate gunk off your fingers, dead skin, oil, and it accumulates in the windings of the string. Now, there's a video of Marlowe DK doing this with the Stingray. The strings on that bass are dead, flat as pancakes, absolutely nothing in them. So what he does is slightly detunes the string a little, and then on each string, he basically plucks it like mad. He does that. So the strings are banging against the frets and all the rubbish falls out. After he's done all 4 strings, he tunes the bass up and plays it. Strings sound really good. Not brand new, but much fresher. Now that isn't going to last for ages because those strings have been used, they've had a life, but it's kind of akin to boiling strings. So you're probably going to get a couple of gigs of fresher sound, fresher bass tone out of it. So you can do that. Personally, I'd just put a new set of strings on, but that's, not everyone can afford a new set of strings all the time. But then anyone that's following the bass string experiment here on the channel, on Saturday, I did the 30-second gig with that Status Empathy with the same set of strings on that have been on since the end of July. The D and the G string are still okay, pretty good. The E and the A are like dead bits of rope. But thankfully, the EQ on that bass is such that I can add in mids, top end. I can tighten up the bottom end a bit. It's all good. So yeah, I know you had that problem with that E string straight out the packet, but if it's dead, it's dead. You need to get in touch with that company. And be nice, don't have to be nasty about it. Just say, look, I've bought a new set of strings and the E is totally dead. Can you send me a replacement? And I'll send you the old one. They may just say, throw the old one in the bin and we'll send you a new one anyway. They want you to buy more strings, so they're going to try and keep you happy as a customer. And if they don't, or they won't do that, look for another company or use a different brand. Martin, I love the feel of Rotesan round wound steels. I hear you, brother. But I do have TI flats on my jazz bass. That's cool. I've got a couple of precisions here with different strings. So one's got 40-100 rounds, steels. One's got a set of flat wounds. And the other one's got a set of half wounds on. So I've got the best of all worlds there. Yeah, for that old school Fleetwood Mac type sound. Yes, indeed. Jay Carble, official. Welcome. I don't think I've seen you here on a live chat before, so you're more than welcome. Hope you're well. I need to do a quick bit of promotion before we carry on because I see all these messages coming in. And I need a drink, and we're rattling through it. So the past 2 weeks, this live chat has become like Ben-Hur. So we've basically lasted over 4 hours on the past 2 weeks live chats, and I thank you guys. It's been great. So I don't know it'll last 4 hours tonight. It might not. We'll see how we go. When the conversation starts to die off and people need to go to bed here in the UK, it's cool. But if you've got questions and comments, we will keep going for as long as you like. So let me just do this, then I'll do the big sell for 2 minutes, and then we'll come back to the comments. So here we are, hour and 50 minutes into live chat number 40 here in Brooks's Bass Corner. Hope you're well. We're in London town in the UK here. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. I hope life is treating you well. You're very welcome here on Brooks's Bass Corner. We're talking about bass guitars, bass amps, bass speakers, bass effects, bass accessories, great bass players, how to set basses up, how to set a pedal board up, bands with great bass players in, albums with great bass lines on. Anything to do with bass, this is the place. Tuesday nights, 8 p.m. If you're following on social media, or if you're not, We're on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Be Real, Reddit, and Quora. I got lost on the train of thought there. This is the live video window. If you're on the mobile app, directly below this is the live chat window. Put your comments and questions in there. Press send. As soon as I see the comments pop up, I'll respond to them. If you're on the desktop version, live chat windows in that direction. Same premise. Put your comments, questions in. Press send. I'll respond as soon as I see them. In the live chat window, there's an emoji icon. Feel free to add emojis as you wish. Lots of them would be great. YouTube algorithm loves emojis. It means you're getting involved in the live chat. It loves it. Great. Next to that, you'll see a dollar symbol. That's called Super Chat. The lovely Joe Goose donated £5 to the channel. That allows you to make financial contributions to the channel. Allows me to keep the channel running. Allows me to buy all the equipment, gear, stands, lights, boom stands, leads, maintenance gear, effects pedals. Some of the basses you see on reviews on this channel I've bought using financial donations. It allows me to do the content here on the channel, allows me to book studio time for some of the projects I've got lined up. All of that. So if you make a financial contribution, or you have done in the past, thank you very much. It's very much appreciated. Your help keeps this thing running. If you don't want to do that, underneath every video here on the channel, because we're monetized, you'll see an array of icons. There's a thumbs up, which means you like the video. We love that. Thank you very much. There's a thumbs down, means you're not that keen on the video. If you've got a problem or something's not for you, leave a comment. I'll come back to you. There's a save button. There's a share button, which allows you to share the video out to your social media and email and what have you. Then you'll see a love heart with a symbol. That's called Super Thanks. Very similar to Super Chat. Just allows you to make a financial contribution to the channel. If you enjoy a particular video or some of the content that I've produced here on the channel and you think, oh, I really like that, you can make a financial contribution to keeping this running. In the description box below, you'll find merchandise links. Underneath this video, you'll find the merchandise shelf, but as I outlined earlier, YouTube are not playing ball with it at the moment. So I think all you will see are a couple of bags. There is actually probably about 600 pieces of merchandise. There are 5 designs on there at the moment. If you go into the description box, you'll find a link for the UK and Europe store, and there's a link for the US and worldwide store. I'm waiting for my merchandise samples to arrive. We thought they were going to arrive today, and I could show you the caps and the t-shirts and the hoodies, and anyway, didn't arrive. So hopefully it will arrive tomorrow. The gear looks really good on the video demos that I've seen. I'm hoping it's going to be really good, high quality, well printed, really nice stuff. Also in the description box, you'll find affiliate links for Thomann and Amazon. So if you're thinking of any bass-related purchases, strings, straps, leads, bass, amp, new speakers, pedals, there are affiliate links for Thomann, based in Germany. And there's also affiliate links for the UK and Europe versions of Amazon and the US version of Amazon. The way all of that works is if you click on the store link, take you through. I've created a store there with loads of bass stuff in there. If you find something you want, say you're after a new set of strings, add the item to your basket, go to your basket, go through with the purchase. When it gets sent out to you and it arrives, the channel then receives an affiliate payment from Amazon. It's not very much, but with lots of purchases, it becomes a bigger amount. So that's there for Thomann and Amazon. Over time, I'm hoping there will be more affiliates for different things. So what I'm saying now might not be the case in a year's time. There might be 5 or 6 different affiliate retailers in there. Then on top of that, in the description box, you'll find the social media links as well. That's it. That's the big sell. That's that bit done and over with. Let's get back to the messages. Joe Goose, save versus GB. GB. That was a daft question. You knew what the answer to that was. I've got 4 GBs. I've got no says. That's not because I don't want a say. I love Martin's work, but I bought my first GB in 2004. I bought the second one in 2006. I bought the third one in 2009. And the fourth one was my 50th birthday present. It's going to be GBs all the way, Joe. EAZL, any suggestions on budget IEMs that handle bass well? Haha, yes, sir. I am the man for that. So I swear by these. I've got 3 sets of these. So back in 2019, I had to buy an IEM setup. A couple of bands I was going to be doing some gigs with said, you've got to have IEMs. We don't have monitors. We have no backline on stage. Blah, 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 blah. I didn't know what I was buying or what to buy or who from or whatever. Anyway, one of the covers bands I was doing some functions with, the singer in that band had just bought a second-hand Sennheiser setup off eBay. And I said, oh, how are you getting on with that? He said, oh, it's great. He said, I should have done this 20 years ago. He said, but obviously it wasn't that cheap then. He said, yeah. I said, so what are you using for your in-ears? He had Shure. Is it 225s? 255? I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, I started checking out various systems. And then I thought, well, I could easily do what he's done. Buy a second-hand wireless setup on eBay. Doesn't mean I've got to keep it forever. I can always upgrade. And I got into a chat with various people on Facebook, and some people who I sort of trusted their judgment said, don't go down the custom IEM route. You can, and they will sound great. But if you lose them or you break them, they're going to cost you a fortune. Also, what you hear in your ears generally is at the hands of your sound man or your monitor man. If you've got a rubbish sound man, it doesn't matter how good your IEMs are, because if the mix is rubbish, all those good IEMs are going to do is amplify how bad the mix is. The mix is the important bit. The actual things that go in your ears are a little less important. And I thought, no, that makes sense. And the guy said, until you have more experience of using this stuff, don't go for custom IEMs. I said, okay. I said, well, what do you suggest? He said, you want to go to Amazon and you want to buy some ZS10 Pros. And I was like, okay. And I said, hang on, they're only like £45. He said, they've got 5 drivers in them. So you're getting really good bass end, good mid-range, really good top end. He said, they are astounding for the price. You won't regret it. I'm still using that set now. I use them on everything that I use IEMs on. I've bought 2 other sets. So I've got a set here on my desk. I had another set in my bag. I thought I'd lost the original set on Saturday. Thankfully, the backup set sounded even better. So the first set were from 2018, 2019. The second set were from 2022. They've actually got better. The technology's got better. So these are basically between about 45 to 50 pounds. If you lose them, it's only another 50 pounds. It's not 500, 600, 700 pounds. I know the people who get IEMs molded will shout from the rooftops they've got the best stuff. Well, your hearing starts going as you get older. So a 60-year-old bloke telling me it's the best sound he's ever had, well, that's fine, but your hearing's going, so it's not going to be. But also spending 500, 600, 700 pounds, and the amount of people I've heard that have broken IEMs, lost them. I thought I'd lost my set on Saturday. They were in the smallest pouch in my gig bag from the last time I used them a couple of weeks ago, because we were in a rush breaking down. I'd forgotten they were in there. These are fabulous. If you've not used IEMs before, I suggest EAZL. You buy some of these either from Amazon US or UK, wherever you are. If they aren't to your liking, well, you've only spent a small amount of money. If they are to your liking, you'll be converted. I love these. I think they're absolutely fabulous. So yeah. What strap am I using, David Gill? It looks comfortable. I've used Comfort Straps. The company's called Comfort Strap. This is a slightly knackered one, but it's a home strap. Comfort Straps. I've been using these since 1998. I don't use anything else, although I am tempted to get some better straps for the Olympics, because they really make these kind of stretch a bit. But Comfort Straps, I've had no shoulder pain or back pain as a result of playing bass. Lifting cabinets when I had the EBS stuff, yes, but from playing bass, no. And these are great, and I just love them. They're great. If they get smelly, if you're a bit of a sweaty guy, they wash really great. Stick them in a bowl of water, put some washing powder in, clean them up. You see all the rubbish come out. Hang them up to dry, and they're great, good to go. And they last really well. This was a second-hand one that came with a bass, and it was already a bit knackered, but it's just a home strap. It's not going on a gig, so, but they're great. And I love the fact you've got all the you can stick your in-ear monitor, your IEM packs and your wireless packs in these various segments of the strap. They're all good. And I always like this, although I don't really use it. So each end of the strap has got 2 holes. The idea, comfort straps design, is that you put that over there and it reduces the need for a strap lock. That don't work because invariably that will pop off. So I always use a strap lock. But yeah, so that's my tale with the comfort straps. Robert O'Brien, it is the SR5000. Very good. I've got 66s in nickel, okay, or steel, and 77s, all 4505. Cool. Considering Thomastic round wounds, okay, they're not cheap, but fair enough. Since none of my other bases have those, I have Thomastic flats on a base and others on others. Okay, this is the thing with strings. It's like I say, different bases work better or worse with different strings. It's just finding what works for which bass. But we can talk about strings for hours, so if you want to carry on that conversation, that's all cool. Lewis Wingrove, on a bass guitar note, I'm waiting for a Black Star Department 10 valve booster. It was hard to say no to $127 for a $219 pedal. You did rather well there, sir. Well done. Fanfret Steve, KZ8S10 in-ears are good. Yeah. I know I've started seeing people using these, listening to their music. It doesn't necessarily have to be in-ears for gigs. You can actually, if it's got a 3.5 mil standard headphone jack, most phones now you got to do it via the USB-C, but on the old style mobile phones you could hook these up to your phone and listen to your music that way. Lewis, I had to move my tube driver to the effects loop for that sparkle on my modulation effects. Understood? So I need a nice valve driver to tickle my solid state amp. I'll bet. Have you had a look at the EBS one? You're up on the effects better than I am, mate, so you'll know what's out there. Robert, it takes me a while to figure out how to bring out the true personality of each instrument I have. Yeah. Strings to me can be the make or break on a bass more than anything. Yeah, I totally agree. For years, I used to use 4000s on my Kabikis, and it just wasn't really happening because it was a medium scale bass and the strings were just, they were like rubber all over the place. Once I went up to 4505s, it was like, Phil Kabicki kept saying, use 4505s, not 4000s. And he was totally right. Once you start reducing scale length, whether you're going from long to medium or long to short or medium to short, you have to increase the string gauge. You don't have to, but the speaking length of the string is reducing, so you need a bulkier string to get more defined tone. That's the way it is. Again, can't get away from physics. It's the way it is. Cam Voodoo, I use nickel D'Addario, and when I put them on for the second time after a 15-minute boil, they sound better than the first time, and I love a zingy sound. Yeah, boiling strings, I did it for ages when I was a younger man, clearly, and I didn't have a string deal. The only time it really scared me a little was I boiled up some strings, dried them, and after 2 gigs in, they started to go rusty. Needless to say, they weren't rotor sound, they were something else, but they weren't great. I've never seen rusty strings before, but they went straight in the bin after that. Patrick, I had LD IEMs to start with. Yeah, I nearly ended up going down that route, but I actually found, here we are, so I bought that in 2019. That Sennheiser thing that I think it's G3, I bought off eBay, still going, it's great, absolutely fab. And I remember at the time thinking, oh, well, I'll upgrade in a year. Then we had COVID. I see absolutely no need to upgrade it. It's fine as it is. Gone over to Sennheiser since. Okay, cool. EAZL, what's the brand and model of those IEMs again? So basically, just go into Amazon, type ZS10 Pro. That's the packet. They're called KZ ZS10 Pros. KZ because they're made in China. KZ, I think, is like the brand, but the company's called Linsol, I think. But there's loads of them. Some of them will ask you if you want one with a mic. You don't want the mic. The mic is so that you can attach it to a mobile phone and take calls, like those that you get with your mobile. So it's got the little microphone attachment. Unless you want that, But if you use them for gigs, you won't. But like I say, I've got 3 sets. So there's a set in a box, always at home. There's a spare set in my bag, and then I've got the set that I always use. And I've had no problems. And the fact they've got 5 drivers in them, it's just great. When I'm doing Uncle Funk shows, it's like listening to a CD. If I'm doing my own mix on the iPad, I can make that sound how I want it to sound. We're a 9-piece band. So I've got all the drums on there, got bass, guitars, keys, effects, saxophone, trumpet, 4 backing vocals, 3 lead singers, cue track and a click track. And it's just perfect. I love it. Love it. Patrick Sweeney, that is Sennheiser transmitter and receiver and whatever in ears you want. Yep. Yeah, works for me. Can Voodoo, Nan coming soon. Hopefully there'll be some interesting new bass gear. I've been saying this for weeks. I'm hoping there's going to be some. Should be good. Blame Lewis, Linsol, KZN is the make, $45.99 on Amazon. There you go. We could actually send the guy a link. EAZL, are you in the UK or are you in the US? Where are you? Patrick Sweeney, I have an extra wide Marzuki padded strap. We're not talking in the bedroom, Patrick, are we? Oh, right, sorry. Yes, we're talking straps. Which wasn't cheap, but really spreads the weight. Very good. Okay, you're saying thank you to Blame Lewis. Martin Fay, I have an embarrassing selection of Ki-Fi IEMs. Okay. Canada Good, Revo Next QT2s in the US. Okay. I can have a look on Amazon.com. You can do it yourself quicker probably than I can. QT2s are also worth a try for similar money. Personally, I prefer the Revonext M, but all out ears are different. Yes, exactly. Lewis, I saw that EB1 when I was searching for a good preamp. I'm taking my time on the preamp choice. I'll probably pair it up with the Tone X pedal later. Okay, cool. Cam Voodoo, it's been emotional, but I've got to go and watch TV with the other half. No problem. Cam Voodoo, thank you very much. Good to see you. See you next week. I've already booked in next week's live chat, number 41. Add yourself on. Set that notification button. EAZL, placing an order now. There you go. Are you EAZL. If you go to the description box, go to the Amazon US store, you can buy those in ears, and you can have an affiliate payment come back to the channel if you haven't already done it. You can help the channel out by buying your IEMs. It's no different than you placing the order. You just got to click on the store link, the US store link in the description box. And I've put all those IEMs in the store. They're there. I bet you've already placed your order. Cancel your order. Take the product out of your basket. Do a clean purchase using the link in the description box for the US Amazon Brooks's Bass Corner store. Oh, bless you. Thank you. Thank you very much. All of that helps. Actually, I'll also advise you while you're doing that. Let me just take this bass off. I'll tell you a couple of other things you might want to buy. Hold on. Hold the bus. Make sure you take your previous items out of your basket on Amazon. If it's not a clean purchase, they won't do the affiliate payment. Let me just show you a couple of other things that you might want to add. Right. Now I've got to try and remember where I put it. Bear with me a moment, guys and girls. I'll be with you. 2 seconds. Got one thing, but there's 2 things, so just bear with me a moment. Perfect, I can see them right there. Okay, right, So you're buying your IEMs. What you need is a case to put them in. So there's various things on Amazon. I've just bought some extra ones yesterday. So I use, that company makes a load, Linsol makes a load of accessories to go with this. This is like a little molded ABS case. So I have my in-ears in there. Because it's hard plastic, it doesn't get crushed, doesn't get squashed, works great. I've got an extra set of batteries in there. So you can buy those sort of cases. They've then also got, just bear with me a moment, these sort of things. So these tend to be a bit cheaper. You can normally get like a couple for the same price as that plastic one. So these are just like kind of rubbery leather with a zip round the corner. But get a little case to put these things in, because it becomes habit that as soon as you finish a gig, take them off, put them in the case, put them in a bag, put them in your jacket pocket, your trouser pocket, whatever. If you don't have the case, you end up just taking them off, putting them down, you lose them. If you get into the habit of putting them in a case, you won't lose them, I guarantee. So get a case, and then also get a packet, or they'll probably come up as an option to buy alongside the IEMs. Get a set of these. So this is, see, I bought all of these in 2019. It might have all changed. So it's a little plastic set of all the different sizes of the rubbery earbud things. Everyone's ears are different. Can't guarantee that the ones that are on the IEMs are going to be what you need for your ears. So you've got fat old ears and a big ear hole. You're going to want the top ones or the middle ones, not the butt. If you're a dainty thing with a small ear hole, then you're going to want the smaller ones. But it's like £5. And that case was a tenner. And these things you get like 3 for a tenner. So get all those extra bits. And also you might want to get a little extension adapter lead that just gives you a bit more length on the end of the cable. Sometimes these things are great, but once you plug them into the receiver, there isn't a lot of give on the cable. So get an extension cable as well. Just my 2 pence. I've just ordered an extra extension cable and a bunch of these. So I'm going to have a different case for each set, so they're all different colors. So again, one set will stay here, spare set in my bag. The regular set can either stay in that case, or I'll just go with these and use that case for batteries or whatever. These are the old style ones. They are what they are, but they've got multiple drivers. And like I say, when I do an Uncle Funk show, it's like listening to a CD. It's lovely, especially if I'm doing my own mix. Yeah. So there we go. See you later, Cam Voodoo. I think you've probably gone. Kevin Smith, good to see you. Hope you're well. Hi, what's your take on lending a bass to your friends? Never. No chance. Unless it was someone... The only person I think I've lent a bass to was Bob Skeet, because I used to be Bob's dep, and he borrowed my 5-string Stingray to do We Will Rock You in London for a couple of nights. And bless him, I love Bob, but when he gave it back to me, he dug the strings into the phenolic fingerboard, so it's got a load of string wear, but not to worry, I'll forgive him. But no, I don't tend to lend gear out. If people need to use stuff for like filming or whatever, well, I'll charge them for it. It's they're my bases. You want to borrow them, you've got to go to a hire company, you're going to have to pay for them. But no, I don't tend to let stuff out. I've had people ask if they can borrow alembics and statuses and kabikis. It's like, it's not going to happen, because if something happens, you're just going to give it back to me and walk off. You know, if I lend something out and it needs to get resprayed, you're looking at 800 to 1,000 quid. It's not going to happen. I don't know if you're asking me that, Kevin, because you want to borrow something, or whether someone has asked you to borrow some of your gear, but no, I don't do it. But please converse with me. Let me know what that's all about. Martin, message retracted. Okay. Joe, did Mark King give all his GB bases back to the maker? Yeah, he did. Yes, he did. You're following on from the conversation we started last week, aren't you? Yeah, he did. So he had 3. There might have been some more, but I'm not aware of. But would have been 2 Spitfires and the Red Rumour. But yeah, so the Daphne Blue one went to Morgan Roussel over in France, and I don't know what happened to the red one. Might be that Morgan's got that as well. And the Red Rumour, I have no idea. I have no idea about. Martin, good shout. The tips are critical to bass response. Yes, certainly. Joe, do you rate John Curry? Yes, absolutely. Did you work together at the Mags? No, he was on bassist, and he might well have done some stuff for guitarist, but he was never on Bass Guitar magazine. No, but I do know of him. I think he was in Greenford. I think he lived in Greenford because a couple of bass players I knew used to go to him for lessons. Meant to be a monster player, but as far as I'm aware, we've never met. But Blame Lewis, how's the fretless playing going? Hasn't started yet. I've had too many other things going on, like getting the merchandise set up and getting these workshop videos done. And I've had gigs on and stuff, so my weekends have been getting eaten up. But as I said earlier, my gig this week has been cancelled. I now have no gigs until the 1st of April. And actually, once we get the 1st of April, April is looking extremely thin. And so is May. I don't know what's going on this year. It's kind of crazy. I know weddings are down generally because of the cost of living crisis. So people aren't looking to spend on weddings. But my diary is weird. It's like normally at this time of year, the phone's going, emails going, messages, social. Can you do this gig? Can you do that gig? Can you depth for me? I need cover. It's nothing. It's not going. If I don't get busy with gigs, it will be YouTube busy. So, and I'm fine with that. It means I stay at home and film basses. I'm more than happy to do that. But the fretless thing will be happening very shortly. So the bass is there. The books are there. I'm armed with YouTube videos. It's going to happen very soon. I need to get this office tidy. It's a mess. Thankfully, you can't see it. But this room is going to get gutted at the weekend and set up for major filming here next week. So, yeah. There. My goodness, I've exhausted all the... Oh, no, there we go. Joe. I work as a contract software developer. Very nice. This year, there is no work. The market is dead. What? Software or bass play? I think we are in a recession. I don't know if it's a recession. I just think people are being very careful with their money. I've seen more activity the past couple of weeks. I've started getting more gigs in for through the summer. But normally, you have that quiet period after Christmas. And my general year for years has always been November would be quiet. December would be flat out. January would be quiet, although I have had some really good Januaries in the past. Then things would start picking up from about mid to late February, and then you're flying. Weddings kick in kind of March, April. Those start flying. I'm not in those sort of bands anymore. Uncle Funk is pretty much a festival function band, but more festivals than anything. And although we do gigs all year round, for some reason, there's just not a lot of private bookings until we hit festivals, which are end of May, start of June. The Queen band is kind of constant, but again, that's not a general pub and club band. ABBA, same thing. And a lot of the bands I've worked with in past sort of couple of years and before COVID either don't exist anymore, or they've got other people, or their regular players are doing all the dates because there's so little work. So thankfully, I don't necessarily rely on, I'm not super depth, of course I am, but you know, I'm not one of these guys that will play in like 100 bands and I'm in none. But the bands I'm in are certain genres of band. So, you know, Uncle Funk can't play at a club in London because they just couldn't afford to hire it. So that's the way it is. It's okay, because as I say, now I've made it that if I'm not gigging, I'm YouTubing. If I'm not YouTubing, I'm gigging. So it's all good. It just means you guys get more content to watch. So nothing wrong with that. Okay, Lewis, my friend Eric lent me his entire rig to see if I wanted to play bass. Ha! Now he leaves his most cherished guitars for me to work on. I don't charge him a dime. That is how thankful I am. Well, there you go. The Bass Brotherhood. I'm more wary that if I lend stuff out, as I say, if it came back with a ding or a bang or whatever, the person who's hired it is going to go, oh, I'm really sorry, and walk off. Resprays are not cheap. A new lacquer finish is not cheap. During lockdown, I investigated having a Status Series 2000 Matrix resprayed. First of all, just as a clear lacquer, and then I said, actually, should we just turn it white? And the quotes coming back were between 800 and 1200 quid. So it needed a respray, and I just thought, I'm not footing that bill, so I sold that base on. But it just makes you aware that if you take a base out, it gets a crack or a hefty wallop, that's what it's going to cost to repair. So that's why I wouldn't lend it out unless someone, I say to them, right, well, look, you pay £1,000 deposit, and if it comes back with any damage, I'm keeping that deposit. You're not getting it back. But how many artists, what have you, use hire companies, and their musicians don't actually own anything good. They just hire everything in. Well, if you're doing that with a hire company, you can do it with me. But that's generally my thing. Okay, your Amazon affiliate link isn't working on my end. I'll wait to order until that is fixed. Okay, let me just check. Let me check that for you. Or I'll send you a link. But we really want it to come from YouTube. So you're in the States, right? That is that link. So let me just put that in, see what happens. It's probably because it's gone to the ... bit. Let's have a little look. Bear with me, sir. No, okay, right. I will sort that. What I will do right this moment is I will give you a link within this. Hold on. That's got it. 2 seconds. Hold on. It's coming your way. I'll put it in here. There you go. UK is, yes, I know what's happened. It's truncating and putting them as ... dots. I will sort that right now. Okay, let me just do that for you, in case anyone wants it. There we go. There you go, guys. There's the US one. It's the first one, and let me see if it's doing the same. No, that's all going through. Right, okay. It's because I've copied and pasted. Right, I need to sort that out. Sorry, guys. It could well be actually within YouTube, it's truncating it, and then when you're clicking on it, it's not giving it to you. There we go. Sorry about that. I will go through all the videos. That's my job for tomorrow. Let me just do that. That could well be putting people off doing affiliate purchases, you see. Right. I need to edit Amazon store links. Sorry. For all videos. Sorry, guys. Joe Goose, lots of retracted messages there. Blame Lewis, same here in Northern Ireland with gigs, and some bands are trying to undercut the market going out for £30 a man. Mate, I was on the receiving end of that when we went in recession in 2008. Loads of bands, wedding bands especially. So my old 3-piece band, we used to go out for about 1,500 quid, and people were undercutting, so they were doing it for £300 for a wedding band. The amount of times we used to get people come up at pub gigs and say, oh, well, can I book you for my wedding? Yeah. When do you want it? Oh, middle of June. How much is it going to cost? Well, 1,500 quid. What? I thought I'd get it for like 300 quid. How much are you playing in here for? Well, yes, but this is a pub. This is like 3 hours of work. A wedding is 12 hours probably on the day with travel and everything else, and all the work beforehand, getting DJ mixes and all of that. Well, I thought it was going to be like 300 quid. Yeah, been there, been down that road. Robert O'Brien, I have a Warwick Corvette, very nice, and a Fender Jacko, very nice, that are fretless. I learn stuff with frets and try them fretless, mostly to just improve my ear. Very good, sir. Great instruments, but just for practice or rehearsal. Okay. This is the thing. For years, I've had a defretted Kubicki here for 20 years, 21 years. And I've never been asked to play it on a session, a gig, recording, video, anything. And I just thought, you know what? This is about time I did this. Wanted to do it all my life, never done it. But now Kubicki's are such that I don't want to be chewing that fingerboard up as a complete novice. If I do it when I can play properly, then great. So I've ended up, do I need to get this bass out? I don't know. We showed it the other week 2 weeks ago on the live chat. If you want me to show it, I'll get it out. But so I've got another bass to learn on, and it should be great. It certainly plays great already, but I'm looking forward to getting to grips with it. Joe Goose, JD have put all their price up from 2.4 to 3. Not before time, if I'm completely honest. They should have done that long ago. But yeah, that's going to change the marketplace for those, isn't it? JD's though at 3,000 still cheap. No, I'd say it's probably about right. I'd say it's about right. You can sell them secondhand for at least the same, if not more. Yeah, because he's using them again. That's why. They weren't quite as desired. Everyone wanted king basses while he was playing those. Then everyone wanted a T bass while he was playing those. Now it's JD's. Everyone wants them. And if he goes to something else, they'll all want those as well. So I've seen this a million times. Martin Fay, UK Amazon. Oh, yeah, we've done that, right? EAZL link, well, yeah. Blameless. Michael Mannering's top tip for fretless is to play along with records in the dark. Okay. Says it builds confidence or destroys confidence, whichever takes your fancy. It's a good idea, actually. You should think about that. Get some DR neon strings just to help you along your way. Hey. Very good. Let me just check. I got that right with that. 2 seconds, guys and girls. Okay, that's correct. That's correct. That's all looking good. Very good. Welcome. Brooks's Bass Corner, live chat number 40 here in London, in the UK. Hope you're well. It's Tuesday evening. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. I hope everything's all going well. We're talking bass guitars here. Well, basses, bass amps, bass speakers, bass effects, bass accessories, gig bags, cables, strings, pedals. Great bass players, bands with great bass players in them, albums with great bass lines on. You got problems with your gear? Maybe your bass isn't playing properly. Maybe your amplifier's giving you some grief. Pedals aren't in the correct order on your pedal board. If something's not working, ask. If I can help, I will. If I can't help, someone on this live chat probably knows the answer. Right, yes, we're up to date there. So this is a live chat. If you've not been on live chat before, welcome. The way this works is it's a two-way conversation, but if you don't talk, it's just me talking to you. Thankfully, we have a very vivid chat this evening, which is great. Thank you, guys. All of you on here. It's fabulous. So if you've got a question or a comment, this is the video window. Underneath the video window on the mobile app is the live chat window. Put your insertion point in, type your comment, question, press send. As soon as it pops up in the live chat window, I'll respond to it, or one of the other kind people here will. If you're on the desktop version, which is that way, the live chat window is that way. Same thing. Put your insertion point in the window, type your comment, press send. As soon as I see it, I'll respond to it. At the bottom of the live chat window, there's an emoji icon. Feel free to add emojis throughout the chat as you wish. The YouTube algorithm loves emojis because it means you're getting involved in the chat. Fabulous. Next to it, you'll see a dollar symbol. It's called Super Chat. Allows you to make a financial donation to the channel. Underneath the video screen on every video here on this channel, there are a series of icons. There's a thumbs up, thumbs down, share arrow, save button. Next to that, you'll see a love heart with a dollar symbol in. That's called Super Thanks. Works exactly the same way as Super Chat, but it exists on every video. Allows you to make a financial contribution to the channel. If you go into the description box, you'll see links for merchandise stores. So there's one in the UK and Europe, one in the US and worldwide. Whole array of t-shirts, hoodies, caps, hats, mugs, glasses, water bottles, iPhone covers. There's no pants, socks, vests, shorts, coats. I mean, it's just, there's so much stuff on there. I'm kind of amazed that it's all got my branding on there. Underneath this video, you'll find a merchandise shelf. Unfortunately, YouTube haven't quite got their act together, and it's only got 3 bags on there at the moment. All the items were on there. For some reason, they've all come off, and I've been trying to get an answer for 10 days, and I'm still waiting. I'm currently waiting for an email from YouTube to say either what the problem is or what I need to do to fix it. At the moment, there's nothing. So if you want to buy some merchandise, please use the links in the description box. They will serve you perfectly well. You'll also find affiliate links for Thomann and Amazon. I've just found out the Amazon links aren't necessarily working because they've been truncated within YouTube's description box. There'll be ... Basically, that last part needs to say Brooks's Base Corner. If you just copy and paste the link, put it in your what's it called? The address window. Take the ... out and make sure it says Brooks's Base Corner for the rest of the address. It will take you through. There's a UK and Europe link. There's a US and worldwide one. If you've got any bass purchases, bass, amps, speakers, leads, cables, gig bags, strings, anything to do with bass, all those items, in-ear monitors, they're in there as well. IEMs, they're in the stores in Amazon. If you find any items you want, make sure those items aren't already in your basket. Purchase the item, let it go through to your basket, go through and complete the sale. Once the item is sent to you and you've received it, the channel receives an affiliate commission. Not very much, but it's a little something. Underneath those affiliate links, then you'll find the social media links. So we're on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Be Real, Reddit, and Quora, amongst others. I think that's all the big stuff. Any messages? No, I've dealt with everything there, I think. Actually, I'm just going to test those Amazon links. Yeah, that one works. And that one works. Excellent. There we go. A little patience and we got there. So, where were we? Blame Lewis was the last message. Gotcha. So what have I got coming up this week? Well, no gigs. The gig gods decided to cancel my gig this week. And there's nothing now on that front until the 1st of April. Next one will be a Queen gig down in Romsey in Kent. Playing at Romsey Theatre, apparently. Next gig after that is down in Bude in the West Country. Another Queen tribute. Not entirely sure exactly what the gig is, but anyway, I'm going to Bude. I think that's on the 14th. And then I don't have another gig till the end of April, which is a wedding at Hampton Court. Then I've got an ABBA gig the following week, which I think is near... No, it's not Oxfordshire, is it? I don't think so. 2 seconds. Let me just check. Let's see where we're going. May. Newbury. 21st Century ABBA in Newbury on the 5th of May. And then that's it. I've got nothing then until the 2nd of June. And then it's backs to the wall, and it's relentless festivals and functions and weddings through till about October. So it's going to get frantic. So I'm not that worried that it's quite quiet at the moment, because when all of that work kicks in, it's a real flurry through the summer. But there we go. It's all good. It's all good. And as I said, the fact that I've now not really got that many gigs for the next 2 and a bit months, I can focus a lot more on the YouTube channel. So yeah. And then tomorrow I need to start doing my Amazon affiliate influencer videos. So basically, a lot of the products that are in my Amazon stores, I have to do videos basically promoting them and selling them. It'll be like Brooks's QVC. And I dread to think what that's going to be like. But I don't know quite what I'm doing yet. I've got to look at what other people do and how they do it, and then start to build some sort of framework for doing that. And I guess it's you take advantage of when things are on discounted prices, like strings, pedals, all that kind of thing, and you promote them, and the general thing is people buy it and I get affiliate commissions. So we will see. We'll see how that all pans out. Tom Sage, my cousin, for beginners, would you use different strings? Rephrase that, Tom. That doesn't make sense. Rephrase, sir. Gauges. Would you use different gauges? Yes. Well, if you buy a bass, or you've got a bass, and you find either the strings are too heavy or too light, then yes, change them. But the problem is, until you buy a set and try them, you don't know what you like. Now, some basses don't work well with light gauge strings, and some don't work well with heavy gauge strings. So it's a case of, as I said earlier, you've got to work out which metal you want. So whether you want steel or nickel or coated strings or whatever's working for you. You've then got to decide what style of string you want. So do you want round wounds, half wounds, ground wounds, flat wounds, pressure wounds, which is Rotor Sound's version of half wounds. And then you've got to work out your gauge. So generally, if you're starting from a point of complete scratch and you don't know what you want, buy a set of 40-100s, and then you can decide they're still too heavy. So you want to go to 35-95s or 30-90s. If they're too light, then go up. So 45-105s, then you can go to 50-110s. You can do hybrids. So you might want a lighter top and a heavier bottom, or a heavier top and a lighter bottom. It's mix and match, but you only learn this through doing it. It's all well and good someone going, you need heavy gauge strings on that bass. That might not work for you. They might not. So you only find out by doing it. So for things like gauges, I'd say buy some cheaper strings. Once you've worked out what materials you like, what style of strings you want, then buy some cheap ones in different gauges, put them on. You'll soon work out which ones you like and which ones you don't, and what works best for that particular bass. Then you can find the brand that works for you. But, you know, there's so many brands out there, although, and I've heard it many times, there's basically, I was told there's about 5 or 6 actual string factories, manufacturers. Lots of strings out there are just rebranded from another manufacturer. But once you find the brand you like that works for you, there you go. EAZL, any tips on memorizing a song in its progression for bass? Well, generally, yeah. So the way I've always done it is, if I am doing a gig at very short notice, and I mean short notice, like on the day, then you've basically got to sit with the tracks and take it block by block. So if there's an intro, verse, chorus, verse, so it's going to be the same as the bit before, chorus, bridge or middle eight, ending. Most songs follow a fairly conventional structure. So it's just a case of sit down with a piece of paper and a bass and take it block by block. Don't try and learn a whole song in one hit. It's not going to happen. To get it in the brain, block by block. So run it through, do your notes. Then start following your notes and playing it through. You haven't got time to develop muscle memory. However, if you're doing this often enough and it's covers, a lot of the same songs crop up over and over again. So you become aware of what standard arrangement is. If you have time to learn, my preferred method, so if someone says to me, oh, we're doing a gig in a month's time, what I'll do is get the song list as quick as you can with keys, whether you're playing in concert, semitone down tuning or whole tone down tuning. Get a playlist together on your PC, iPad, phone, device, whatever, and just work your way through it. Also, if you've got time, get it either on a CD or on your phone, or however you play music in the car or when you're on the tube or train, and listen and get those songs in your head. Having songs, their format, their form, you know, verse, chorus, middle eight, getting that in your head is what allows you to go onto autopilot on a gig. Because if you get, and from that, you can then develop the muscle memory. So when it comes to doing the gig, if you've learnt it well enough, you've had those songs going around your head, and you've done your homework at home, on the gig, you ain't got to think about it. You can be aware and be on your toes, but you haven't got to go into head mash mode. I've had situations like that where I've been in periods of intense work, lots of gigs with lots of different bands, like loads of different sets, and even learning stuff either on the day of the gig or the night before, coming back from one gig and then having to get stuck into the following day's gig before I can go to bed. I had a situation exactly a year ago. I was covering for a good friend of mine, Gary. He'd come down with COVID on the Tuesday. Their gig was on the Friday. I had a dep gig on the Saturday, which I was learning for. I also had a dep gig on the Thursday. So my only time to learn the material for this gig was Tuesday night, Wednesday, Thursday morning, and that was it. That's all I had. It was something like 32 melodic rock songs. Some of them were not very easy. So I had to do a couple of cheat sheets for a few. But if I hadn't done the gig, they would have had to cancel the gig. So there was no one else that could do it in the time, was willing to do it, put the effort in. I said I'd do it. When I came back from the Thursday night gig, there were still a few songs I still had to do. I didn't go to bed till about 4 o'clock in the morning. I did cheat sheets. I've got them in a folder here. And because of the nature of the gig and the fact that I was learning it all short notice, the band had to be a little flexible. So I said, look, I'll have a music stand. I knew I was going to be stood next to the drummer. What I'll do is I'll have a music stand on the stage very discreetly, turned to the side. So no one's going to see it from looking forward. All you're going to see is a black line. And I will have sheets on there. I won't stand and read them, but I can literally just glance to the side now and again. And it worked. It was fine. We got through the gig. Everything was great. And that's the other way of doing it. But a lot of those songs, unless I ever get called back to depth for that band again, I'll never play. So there were certain songs on there I thought, well, there's no point committing this to memory. A, I don't have time. B, I'm in complete cramming mode. It's like doing an exam. So you're cramming. Some of these songs, yes, they're classic songs, but I don't listen to them. So I don't necessarily, More Than a Feeling by Boston is all over the shop. Now, yeah, if you listen to that sort of stuff and you listen to, or you hear it all the time, and you're a big fan of it, you'll know that form straight off the back of your head. Well, I could tell you Heart the Sunrise by Yes, but that's not More Than a Feeling by Boston, is it? So, and a lot of those bass parts are tied into what the guitars are doing. You're following them, and you got to be note perfect. So I did as best as I could, but as soon as I knew I was on that gig, that Tuesday night, and the band were great. They got me all the live recordings like within 20 minutes of me accepting the gig. That Tuesday night, I got everything that was on that list that I either already knew or I pretty knew quite well. I got those done and put to one side so that Wednesday I had all the time to concentrate on the stuff I didn't know. But then, like I say, I came back from Thursday's gig and it was like, there's still a few songs here. I don't know. I haven't written out. I don't know the form. I have not got time to cram. My head is exploding already. And I've got all the songs for Saturday's gig in my head as well. It's a different gig, different band. So it's like, right, okay. So then it was cheat sheet time. It had to be. But it was a discreet way of doing it. And that's the difference between having an iPad in front of you, reading the gig, and just having a music stand, not at eye level, not up here. It was just down, just tilted. Anyone from the front of the stage wouldn't really have seen it. It was just there. And a lot of the time, actually, because of the nature of the amount of time I'd had to learn, I was facing the drummer anyway. And then I'd turn and prance about with the keyboard player a bit, interact with the singers, but I was back. I wasn't at the front of the stage. If I'd been at the front, it might have been a slightly different thing. But I was at the back. It was great. We had a blast. Good fun. So that's my kind of thing. If you're learning stuff and you're cramming, or you've got stuff short notice, you have to empty your brain. Don't listen to any other material, because it will just get in the way. It's almost like erasing a hard drive and starting again from scratch. You've got to build the knowledge back up, because if you want to do the gig properly, you need to know those songs. But if you don't know the arrangements, time is not on your side. So you've got to cram and retain it. You really. So the only way you can do, like if someone, like on that gig, it's literally that Tuesday night and that Wednesday, I wasn't going out. Apart from walking the dog, I was in. Everything else had to go on hold. So all YouTube stuff stopped. I had to concentrate on that gig. And like I say, I thought it went rather well. And even the guitarist's mum and dad were there, because they came up to the change room and went, "Where's Gary? Who's this bloke?" And I said, "Oh, I'm staying in. He's got COVID." They came up to us at the end in the bar and went, "Wouldn't have known any different. If someone had put a cardboard cutout of Gary on stage, we wouldn't have known, because it sounded like his part." So it was like, that's the idea. That's what depping is. The band doesn't notice that the regular guy isn't there. As long as you're playing what you need to play, job done. So there we go. Martin Fay, the affiliate links. Do you get a percentage for anything added to the basket and bought via the link, or only the products you list? I don't know. If there's something you want, Martin, it's not in there, tell me and I'll add it to the shop. I don't honestly know. I think it is only stuff that is in the store, but I could be wrong. I know Amazon don't make it easy. I'll be fair. It's really hard. When I first had these affiliate links set up in November, I couldn't understand why people were buying stuff and it wasn't showing up in the reports. And then you saw the thing that came through. This is the process that has to go on when someone buys something. They can't already have those products in their basket. You can't send them a link from an outside social media messaging source like Messenger, WhatsApp, or whatever. It has to be from within your YouTube channel, or from a website with embedded code. It's like, oh, okay. And what was happening was people were buying things, but they already had those products in their basket. So as far as Amazon was concerned, well, they would have bought that product anyway. They weren't buying it because of your link. So yeah, so that's as far as I'm aware. But if there's something you want, Martin, it's not in my store, send me a link to what it is. I'll add it to the store. You can then purchase. Can you add an Empress? Let me write. Do you want me to do this right now, or can I do it like after the live chat? Let me write this down. An Empress effects. Have they got them on Amazon? Is it already there? Oh, you want it from Thomann? Oh, okay. Bass compressor. I think from Thomann it's a different thing. I think as long as you just go through the link, you're okay. But let's do it properly, eh? So you want it from Thomann. I'll be buying one in the near future. Fine, I will sort that out. That's for Martin Fay. Tell you what, let's do that on next week's live chat, Martin. I'll make sure it's there and you can go through the buying process and we'll see that it's there. Cool. Joe Goose, do you rate Overwater basses? Yes, I think they're fabulous. I've reviewed many, and I know Chris may. Anything you like about them? The only thing about Overwaters is, and this is actually one of their good points, is that their EQ isn't extreme. So rather than really glassy highs and huge booming lows, they kind of, so rather than the EQ being like, I'm trying to do it on my camera, right, being like that, they pick the most useful frequencies in that range rather than that. Now, I know you can specify things if you're having a custom bass made or what have you. They are the bass of choice for West End players, or for many years they were. And Chris does a fabulous job. I don't own one. I think there probably was a time, actually, probably in the mid-2000s, that I contemplated getting one. But in the end, other things took priority. So, yeah. Martin Thomann. Right, got it. Okay. It's there. I'll sort that after this live chat. No problem at all. Where are we? It's coming up for 3 hours. It's not quite 4 hours yet, is it? Very good. That's a hell of a flow of conversation there, I tell you. I'll move the slider up. Wowzers. That's a lot. Joe Goose, we've not talked Mark King yet, have we? We do this every week. Did you ever get to try and Ashley? You asked me that one last week. No, I've not done that. No, I don't think I've ever been in a room where there was one there. I know exactly what an Ashley Pangborn bass is. But no, not that fussed, to be honest. Alembics are my thing. EAZL, thank you very much. $4.99 super chat. Thank you. I hope those IEMs work for you. No problem. Thank you for all the guidance and great information, mate. That's what we are here for. That's what all these live chats are about. If I can help bass players, and we get some really great guys on here, guys and girls, and that's what this is all about. Share the knowledge, get it out there. Because a lot of the social media, like Facebook, Instagram, some of the forums and stuff, it gets very one-upmanship. We don't do that here. There's none of that. We don't get people coming on and going, I know everything and you lot know nothing. Don't do any of that. So, and I'm always happy to be proved wrong. If I say something and it's wrong, tell me, Did you try out the Stanley Clarke bass out in the bass gallery the other day when you, the Alembic? No, it's been in there a very long time. Well, I say a very long time. It has definitely been in there. It's definitely been in there since 2021. And I don't think the price has come down. The thing was, it's been that price like 2 years ago when Alembics weren't as expensive as they are now. So that thing has basically stayed the same. Now it's probably about right. But no, I didn't try it. I've got 2 Alembics on my wall. It's kind of when I go into a bass store, if there's something I want to buy or something that I'm researching or maybe something I'm going to be filming, or if it was something I was reviewing for a magazine, I'll pick things off the wall and try them. But generally, I hate playing in shops. I'm like Cack-Handed Harry, because I play things because I want to hear certain tones. I'm not a great solo player. That's not what I do. I lock in with drummers and, play grooves, and I could do some nice stuff, but I hate trying stuff out in shops. I'm not that guy. I'm not that brazen. But like I say, when we used to do review days in bass shops, well, my whole day is sat there playing basses and writing up what my findings are and what have you. But I know what I need to hear from a bass in order to impress me or make me think it's good. And if I don't hear those things, so basically I'll do some pinched harmonics, do a bit of slap, bit of finger style, bit of pick playing, string bending. I'll play certain passages that I'll always play as like a warm-up. Does the bass feel good if I'm trying to warm up on it? If it doesn't feel good, is it the setup? Is it the way it's designed? All those things. But if you got me in a shop, Joe, I can't sit there and play Victor Wooten songs. It's not going to happen. That's not me at all. I'll play a James Brown riff. That's more my kind of thing. Or one of the bass lines from the disco band, that sort of thing. Nothing but love, Lewis Wingrove. Top man. Joe Goose, John said that model has terrible balance issues. It's a Stanley Clark. They do. They have horrendous balance issues. Even the ones that have chambered bodies have balance issues. So you look at the body and you think, oh, it's very small. And then you realise the scale length is, they're usually medium or short. No, I don't think it's short. Medium scale. But the headstock, I don't know what they put in. The wood they take off the body obviously goes in the headstock. Put one of those on a strap and wear it and move your arms and hands away. And the thing will basically go boom. So the body ends up here and the headstock ends up down there. So basically you then realise you've got to hold on to that bass while you're playing it. It's different for Stanley Clark. He's a big, tall, gangly guy with huge hands. Not your typical Stanley Clark bass player. No, he is, but people like you and I wouldn't be. So it's designed for him. It's a signature model. That's his design. That's what they built for him back in the 70s, 60s, late 60s, early 70s. And a friend of mine brought one round to my house once to play. He bought a load of basses from his collection. And he had a lovely one. I think it was finished in Babinga. Might have been Babinga or it might have been Koa. And this thing was like an anchor. It was awful. Absolutely awful. I literally had only just put the top horn, it's not on the strap buttons on the rear, put that on the strap and this thing just, I thought, Christ, it's going to hit the ground. It's going to break the neck. I just stopped it before the headstock hit the carpet. I was like, oh my God. He said, oh yeah, did I not tell you? Yeah, the weights, you know, distributed really odd. I said, yeah, just a bit. No, not for me. Not for me. Lewis, I'm thinking the beard is what is behind my bass play. I presume you have a beard and that's what gives you your superhuman bass powers. Is that what you mean? I'm guessing, perhaps. Is that what you're implying, sir? I'm guessing it is. I mean, these alembics on the wall are heavy and they're long. They're both 34-inch scale, but as you can see, the bridges are inlaid into the body. So the point at which you would normally rest your hand over a back pickup to play is moved inwards, which then makes the rest of the neck like that. So you end up needing to get a taxi. Let me get one down. We'll talk about it. So you need to get a taxi to the end of the fingerboard. But they are what they are, and they sound amazing. Look. And they're big buggers, but they are amazing, and they sound amazing. So if I put this on, I'm trying to see you. I need to kind of sit back. So this one balance is not too bad. It's kind of okay. But then it's a bigger body than a Stanley Clark by some distance. Strings aren't new. They're well played in. So where you see my fingers, right, so you can see here, I still got another couple of frets till I get to the end. But yeah, so that's it. Signature standard, nothing fancy. Simple control set. None of the filters and stuff on the back and the levels. Although it does have trim pots for each pickup, so and that's inside the cavity. Joe Goose, I'm surprised that Mark King's still opting to play the full-size Series 1 JDs. I would have thought he would have opted for the smaller Series 3 as it's a bit lighter. Yeah, but he's playing his own bass. That's the one from the original first time round from the 80s. And then the one he had made is an exact replica. I don't think he's that bothered, to be honest. And I'm surprised he hasn't bought the birthday Calibas out as well. He really should get that out, because apparently that sounds off the charts. Does your Alembic have a separate preamp box? No, that's the joy of the signatures. Everything's there. There's no 5-pin cable, just a couple of batteries in the back, and it's got LEDs, of course, but they were already fitted. And so it's just a volume, pickup pan, no, volume, pickup pan, low filter, Q switch, and they're just 2-position Q switches, not 3. So it's on and off, and then you've got the low filter. Yeah, simple, nice and easy. Very different to the Anniversary in terms of sound and tone. Lewis, you like the bass? Yeah, it's great. It's a belter. From the gallery, on the same day that I interviewed Neil Fairclough from Queen, and then went to see Queen that night. Just walked in the gallery, not knowing this was there. A guy called Barry Ryan, I think, had put in a whole load of bass guitars. I assume he had a big tax bill or a credit card bill or something. And this was one of about 8 really good basses. As soon as I picked it up and started playing it, it was like, this doesn't sound like my 20th anniversary. I want this. Joe Goose does done that bit. Does Mark King have a separate outboard preamp? He does at the moment. I don't know what it is. If you go on one of the Level 42 forums, one of the tech heads will tell you what it is. But weird, isn't it? It goes through Mark bass gear. He's got all of that Mark bass gear that he can have and pick from, and still needs another preamp to get his tone. Crazy. Don't get that. But Mark's Mark. He does what he wants to do. Don't tell him he's wrong. Does Mark King have a separate outboard preamp on his Alembics? No. Although he doesn't use his Alembics anymore, of course. But he did have the 5-pin power thing on it. I think he had a very long cable to go from the base to the block. And he probably had batteries in them as well. So you don't have to have the power. I presume that's what you mean, preamp box. It's not. It's power the circuit and the lights, the LEDs. Is the reason the neck seems long because the bridge is so far forward on the body? Yes. If that was back, or if that part was back, then yeah, it wouldn't need to be as long. That's very true. I see that Schaller locking straps. I have those in black. Yeah, Schaller's on this. I think I've got, what are they? Damasio, maybe? It's something else on the 20th anniversary. It came with those. I don't know if the original owner did that, or if that's the way it was made. But yeah, these are the signature series. They don't have quite all the frills, but I'm fine with that. So yeah, just standard Schaller strap buttons. It's a lovely bass to play. It's a little awkward. The neck profile, it's not thick and it's not thin, but it is broad. And the edges not necessarily rolled, so it feels different. When I'm playing this after I've been playing any of my others, it's like your hands feel it afterwards. You know, it's a hefty old, and that kind of goes into a dip there. But it's lovely to play, but it takes a bit of graft. It's not the most comfortable bass to play, but it's an Alembic. It's, has sounds that you don't get on anything else, really. But it's lovely when you've got a decent rig or a decent PA, nice big stage, everything's working in your favour. These sound just amazing. Lewis, oh no, we've done that. We're up to date on all the messages. Oh, look, I can pick products to pin in the chat. Use this to highlight a product you're talking about. There. Look at that. What a lovely bag that is. So that's one with one logo. And here's another one. And here's another one. So this is the main logo that I've used. This is like the brand logo, if you like, for Brooks's Bass Corner. Looks great on some of the t-shirts and the baseball shirts. Blaine Lewis, just think Mark used to fly across the stage on the Staring at the Sun tour with a heavy alembic, mate. I don't know how he would have done. Well, younger man, you see. Yeah, I wouldn't be doing that. But they're big old stages, you know. But I've sometimes watched him do that on videos and just thought how that didn't come a cropper and just snap the headstock off. No idea. Joe Goose, has Mark King ever had to pay for a bass? No, probably not. Probably not. Well, he had to buy the first JD, of course. And then once he was flying, probably not. Probably not. No, don't think so. Well, he had to pay for his Jazz, the one he bought a couple of years ago. He had to pay for his Gibson. Wouldn't have been getting them from Andy Baxter's Guitars for nothing, that's for sure. Otherwise, no, he's a good advert for products, isn't he? You know. God, these strings are dead. I'll be doing some review videos with these two alembics very shortly. I did the soundbite demos ages ago, probably about 2 years ago. It's time to do the respective reviews on each one and also do a comparison video as well. EAZL, do you have a regular practice routine? No. What is on your practice regimen? Don't have time. So when I was in Cover Story, so that was from September 98 to October 2015, we were so busy all the time. There was no time for practice. In any dates when I didn't have gigs with that band, if I had gigs with other bands, basically any free time was learning the stuff for the depth gigs. And actually, during that whole period, it was very rare that I ever got to listen to any music for enjoyment. The only music I would listen to is stuff I was learning for the next gig and the next gig and the next gig and the next depth gig. And so there was none of that. And when you're working as a professional musician, there is not practice time. If you've got practice time, you're not working hard enough on your gigs. Simple. And I guess people that don't own their own house, don't have a relationship, have no other focus for their time other than their playing, they can. But since I was 24, I've been in a relationship. Owned our first house when I was 26, 50 now. So, you know, there's always things to be done. There's always stuff that needs to get done. So no, I mean, now, because I'm not flat out with gigs, if I didn't have YouTube, yeah, my practice, I'd be like the most practiced bass player going, I think. But YouTube now pretty much takes up all my time. So time that I would use to practice and what have you is now spent dealing with YouTube, trying to get the merchandise shelf to work, or dealing with Spreadshirt and wondering why 3 designs got rejected and all of that kind of thing. And it takes time. It takes time. Running a YouTube channel, as I've found out in 3 years, is not for the faint of heart. But if you put your eggs in that basket and you want to do it, and you're going to, I wouldn't say I've done it perfectly. I certainly haven't. I've had too many periods where I wasn't producing content or doing stuff properly. But over the long term, the idea is this will become now my second income. But over time will probably become my main income. See me into old age, hopefully. So all the stuff, the content that I produce, that's with a view to long-term stuff. The best use of my time during lockdown was producing 300 YouTube videos, because we, unless there's another bout of COVID, will never have that amount of free time in our lives ever again. You just won't. And I keep coming across sort of bass playing friends who I know, and they will go, "Oh, I'm going to do a YouTube channel." It's like, I hope you got the time, because you are going to need a whole load of work to do it. But there we go. Let's have a look, see where we are here. Jim Hawkins, I'd like to help you a bit more, EAZL, on the practice register. I can tell you stuff that I would do, and certainly when I used to give the occasional bass lesson, there is like a kind of finger aerobics, if you like, warming up stuff, little exercises that I do. I still do them now wherever I am on gigs. I have a thing called the spider and various things. It's all not, it's quite reminiscent of Billy Sheehan's stuff when you watch him go up and like he'll be in one position and he'll be going, and it's just repetition of that, and it gets the fingers loose. It works. Jim Hawkins, have you ever played the Sire U5 short scale bass? No, I haven't. Jim, welcome. I don't think you've ever been here on the live chat before. Good to see you. Thank you. You're most welcome. No, I haven't. I've not played in the whole. No, I tell a lie. I spent about 30 seconds with the Sire at my mate Gary's house. Now, when was that? 2018. About 30 seconds I played his Sire jazz bass. That's it. That's all of the exposure I've had. When I see him in shops, I don't tend to go and pick them up. I've never had one for review. Can't help you there, Jim. Yeah. I need to go to ANDERTONS in Guildford, because that's the UK distributor for Sire. And they'll have everything now. I need to get down there. Blaine Lewis, great basses, always sound superb unplugged. My Warwick 88 Streamer is like that. Yeah, great wood bounce. Well, this sounds how it sounds. If I pick the other one up, totally different. The white GB, totally different from all my other GBs. But I agree, if a bass sounds good acoustically, chances are it's going to be pretty good, unless the pickups or the circuit take away all the natural resonance. And actually, if you've ever read any of my reviews for the mags, very often I'd mention in there, played acoustically, this bass is X, Y, and Z. Then you plug it in. Is it still good or is it rubbish? You never know. You can have a great acoustic, a great bass acoustically, and the pickups and preamp just destroy it. On the other hand, if they're picked correctly and you get a good combination, it can totally bring the bass to life. And I've had some basses that sounded awful acoustically, but the pickup and circuit did the business, you know. Yeah. Let's just check this merchandise, see if they've finished. No, it's still in review. This is the US store. So they rejected 3 of my designs. I suspect because I hadn't put any tags or description in. So I removed them, put them back up, put description and tags in, and now they're under review again. If they come back and get rejected again, I'll be getting onto them, because there's nothing in there. There's no reason those designs can be rejected. They're all been accepted by Spreadshop in UK and Europe. They're already up. Those designs, the logos, the graphics, the text, already been sold on YouTube. So how can the US store reject them? It can only be because Google threw its toys out the pram because it didn't have tags and descriptions. That's what my day's been. Let's see. I'm just having a quick check on the UK version. Oh dear, that's better. So I could show you. It's up to you. I can kind of spin you around a bit so you can actually see some of the merchandise that, if you haven't already had a look on the store, that's what we got. And there's pages of it. There's about 600 items. Literally for each design, there's about 140 items for each design. So yeah. I saw some messages pop up there. That's the window we want. David Gill, are your reviews available online? Okay, on my personal Facebook page, I actually uploaded all my reviews over time, as from 2013 when we went under Blaze Publishing. I backtracked all the way from 2004 and I uploaded everything. Literally, I think up to the point we became bass player in 2020. But then I've sort of ring fenced all that off so only I can see it. I'm actually in the process, David, of uploading all my stuff onto the Brooks's Bass Corner Facebook page. So if you just keep an eye on that, my idea is to do 1 or 2 every day. But I found a lot of the scans that I did years ago on my old scanner, there are sections where the text is like fine, 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 and then the letters will be huge, and then it's fine, fine, fine. Or the text will be really, really small and thin. The scanner was just throwing a bit of a paddy. So I've got to rescan in a lot of these pages. So I will get down to it. That I actually had a load of magazine holders here ready to go, and just various things like our dog passing away and what have you, I haven't got back into doing it. I will do. Just keep an eye on the Facebook page. That's where it will go. And there'll be individual photo albums. So there's bass reviews, amp reviews, pedals, accessories, interviews, features, old columns. I'll get it all over there. The idea is not just to lump it all up there, because I need to post about each one. So basically that gives me content to put on the Facebook page. So just keep an eye on it. If you're not already a follower on Facebook, that's the place to go. That's where it will all be. Jim Hawkins, found your channel recently from your bass collection video. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed the video, which was awesome, by the way. Well done, sir. Thank you. Greetings from Savannah, Georgia. That's where you'll be, Georgia. Well, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. You're very welcome here. If you've got any questions about that video, fire away. It's the most watched, most viewed hours video here on the channel. I only put it up 9 weeks ago. It's done rather well for me. Lewis, I was loving that PRS Kingfisher bass guitar until I saw the 10 inches of fret radius. I haven't checked that out. I need to have a look at that. Joe, what's your normal daily schedule as a freelance bassist and YouTuber? No 2 days are the same. So you got to remember, I've only been YouTubing since the end of July 2020. Before we went into lockdown, I was a bass player. I was a magazine writer. I used to book bands into a chain of venues. I depped for loads of bands. What else? Dog walker, when we had a dog. And yeah, every day is different, but there was a period in the 2010s from about 2011 through to about, well, probably when I left Cover Story, so that was late 2015. At some point, I thought I'm going to burn out here because there just wasn't time to do anything. And there was a period when I had a bit of a nightmare with a car, and my life revolved around have I got a car to do my gigs? The car I've got is knackered. The people that sold it to me have pulled a fast one. I'm about $4,000 out of pocket, and it takes over your life. So between all of that and all the gigs and all the writing and all booking bands for gigs and dealing with venues and managers and booking my own band's gigs, that you booking up functions, taking deposits, it was like a lot to deal with. It was really hard. But now, well, our dog's passed away, so I don't have the dog walks to do, although I can go to our local RSPCA and walk some of the dogs for rehoming, which I will get round to once the weather perks up a bit. What's my daily schedule? Get up, go to the loo. You don't need to know those bits. Shower, breakfast. If I've got some things I need to do, I'll go and get them done before I start sitting down to work. Otherwise, get in here, check the email, check all the social media, check that I'm not missing any messages. The other week, well, in fact, start this week, Sunday, found there was an email from 10 days ago from a base builder here in the UK who wants me to do a couple of videos, reviews videos on the channel. I didn't even see the email. I don't know how it quite slipped through, but it was on one of my other accounts. I think it was on the Brooks's Base Corner account, which I don't have as like a main email account. I have to go in and select it. But so I'd missed that. So dealt with that now. And then it's just cracking on. I mean, I have this huge store of videos that I've edited up, but it's just having the time to do the social media promotion, because there's no point putting a video out. I said this last week, I said it on multiple weeks. You put a video out, and if you don't promote it, chances are it's going to come out the cannon and hit the ground. What was the point in posting it up? You want it to come out the cannon and keep going that way. So you have to do the promotion that goes with it. But it takes time. You know, it can take 3 hours. Sunday, when I did that Ibanez video, I was up against it because it was Mother's Day. I'd hoped I was going to get it all edited, ready for Saturday lunchtime. Didn't happen. Got loads of editing done Friday night, loads of editing Saturday morning. It still wasn't ready. Then I had to go to an Uncle Funk gig. I didn't get back till 2:30 in the morning. Got some sleep, got up at about 7:30, grabbed a shower, started editing. Managed to get that video finished, editing-wise, at 10 to 11. I then did the photography for the thumbnail, designed the thumbnail in 15 minutes. Then set up Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, promoting the videos. The rest of it I had to do in the car, partner was driving, as we were going towards a restaurant for Mother's Day lunch. And then we were out of that restaurant by 2:30. There was still an hour and 20 minutes until the video premiered. And so I had time to do all the tags, description, and then 30 minutes of live chat before the premiere. There for the live chat through the premiere, which was great. Thank you everyone that attended. David, Lewis, there was another guy. There was another guy chatting to me about it as well, and Stacey, of course. And by the time that had finished, I was absolutely flat out. It's like, oh my God, I've forgotten it was that hectic. But that's what's required. It's not as simple as just editing a video and chucking it up. You can, but you're not going to get you're not going to get the footfall and the views on the video if you don't. And because, you know, I'm very grateful for all you lovely subscribers, because without you guys, this channel isn't anything. It's just me posting up videos if you guys don't get involved. But because I have quite a small number of subscribers, relatively, compared to some of the bigger base channels, I have to try and make it all count. Whereas a lot of videos that have huge numbers of subscribers can just post a video up and they know their subscriber base is going to watch everything. I can't count on that. And I still, even now, over 320 videos in, I still have to rely on social media promotion to get views from outside of YouTube. I can't rely on the algorithm to promote and put my videos forward in terms of gaining numbers. I still have to do the social. I wish I didn't have to go on 130 base pages on Facebook and say, oh, here's my new video. But sadly I do, because I just don't have enough subscribers at the moment, and there are a million base channels out there. So I'm hoping that over time, and along with you fine people out there, you'll come with me on the journey, and this thing will snowball and build, and we'll be up there with the Base the World and all the other big channels. I don't know I'll ever get to Scott Devine level. I'm not teaching theory for a start. You know, all I can do is offer things like this that we do on the live chat and the reviews and my Essential Bass album series, my feature videos and that kind of thing. And if that's what works for you guys, then fabulous. But no, theory is, I privately taught that. privately taught, just me. I didn't go to a teacher or anything. I don't have any theory. I'm a bit Billy Sheehan like, you know, I've learnt it all on the job. Sure, you know, someone can sit with me, I can teach them a load of stuff that will help them on gigs and what have you. But, you know, if they want to know what the Mixolydian sustained fourth B seventh minor seventh, I can't help you with that. I can teach you how to play songs in a band and earn money. That's what I can do. And then we get onto the question of why don't I do performance videos and song play-alongs? It's copyright. I won't earn anything off it. There's a million people doing it already. What's the difference between listening to the original bass player and watching me do it? I'd rather listen to the original. I don't want to listen to me playing it. I want to listen to Nathan East or Mark King or Billy Sheehan or Marcus Miller playing their songs. I don't want to listen to me doing it. What are you going to get out of me? I'm just copying what they did. But the copyright thing is a big deal, and it's going to get bigger. So for all those people who do performance videos and, you know, the kids who are now becoming the YouTube sensations and sit on a stool with their new bass, shaking their hair about, or suggestively dressing, girls, that's aimed at you, suggestively dressing in order to attract blokes to their site, you're going to get called up at some point. That copyright is going to kick in. You're going to lose loads of your content. Might not happen now, might not happen next week, next month, next year. It's coming. So if you and your channel rely on performance videos of songs you didn't write, it's coming your way. And that's not me scaremongering. That's the way it's going. Right, where are we here? Lewis Wingrove, my next toy just might be the ESP Phoenix, looking good for a modified toy. Excellent. Excellent. I'll check it out. EAZL, are there any short scale basses that you like? Yes, Wilcock basses here in London. Outstanding. Fabulous. There's a review on my channel. In fact, this is what I should do on the live chat. When I talk about videos, I should put a link in there, so it's easy for you guys to find it or to come back to it at a later date. Let me just put that up. So Viv Wilcock is based here in London. Outstanding. Lovely guy. Amazing guitars. Hold on. So this actual bass I reviewed here on the channel in, I think it was September or October 2020. It was Tim Lefebvre's custom bass. Came to me first. And it was outstanding. Absolutely superb. And so they're great. So, you know, the Fender Mustangs, they are what they are. They're okay. Then they're okay. Short scale, there's so much out there now. I think I want to check out the Ibanez's that have just come out, because they're meant to be very good. And I'm a bit on an Ibanez tack at the moment. It's yeah, but you know, most Ibanez gear is pretty good. It's rare that I've ever experienced a poor Ibanez bass. But short scale bass, I don't play them, to be honest. I've got one medium scale bass here, two, which are my Kubicki Factors. Actually make it three. I've got a Status Streamline over there. Other than that, no, everything is sort of standard long scale. I've got the Dingwall, obviously, which is multi-scale. So that runs from 37 to 34 or 32. Can't remember. Anyway, so that's my general thing. Lewis, does Hartke make a good practice amp? Loads. They've got loads. And actually the amp I've got on in the workshop is a second-hand HD25. But Hartke have made practice amps for years. Look on, if you don't want to pay loads of money, look on eBay, you'll find hundreds. And I picked up that HD25 for about £50. And it's great, great little amp. I was a little unenamored with its sound on the Ibanez video. It sounded really boxy and kind of a bit compressed. I don't know if that was the way the camera was picking it up or if that was actually how the combo was performing. I will check it out. It sounded very kind of, it was almost like there was a compressor cutting in, which is why I'm thinking it might have been the phone, the camera dealing with the volume. But I'll check it out next. Well, I did a workshop video today, so next time I'm in there, probably at the weekend, I'll check it out. I'm considering stereo combo amp. Don't know. My Ampeg will probably make a better wet signal. Oh, I see. So but your bass isn't stereo. Your bass is mono. Unless you've got something like a Billy Sheehan Yamaha Attitude, or a Rickenbacker, or a bass with stereo outputs. How you gonna? Oh, I see. You're going to split, aren't you? You're going to. So one with your effect signal, one with your right. Okay. Sorry, me being a thicket. Don't worry. Joe, why don't you own Status King bass? Don't like them. Don't like them. Don't like the design. To me, the very first time I picked one up was, I think it was Alex Carter's personal King bass at the gallery. It felt like a rich man's toy to me. It's Mark's signature design, but it's what Mark wants to play. It's not what I want to play. Couldn't fault the workmanship, couldn't fault the circuitry, just didn't like it, didn't like the way it felt. There was nothing about, I remember playing it and thinking, well, I much prefer my Empathy. And I still stand by that. Just King basses did nothing for me whatsoever. Lewis, yeah, there we go. Yes, Joe, yeah, just no. I'd much prefer the Series 2000 to a King bass. I just didn't like that design. I didn't like the way it was kind of sculpted. It was a bit Spectre-ish, but I liked Spectres, but I just did not like the King bass. And that's not to say Mark's taste was bad. It's not. It's designed for him, not designed for me. Yeah, I couldn't put my finger on it. It just felt like a rich man's toy, and I thought I couldn't work with that. It just wouldn't work for me on gigs. Lewis, plus I put stereo plugs in, but the pedal board can provide the signal from a mono signal. Very good. Okay, cool. How are we doing out there, guys? I've still got 12 people on this live chat. Fabulous. Keep going. Let's have your questions. Let's have your comments. 23:32 here in London. I don't play this bass enough. I'm going to have to start taking this out in some gigs. Thing is, you have to be very selective which gigs you use it on. You don't want to get in banged. You don't want it on a tight stage. And you want to be keeping your eye on it. Not going to be leaving this in a gig bag at the side of a festival, that's for sure. Joe, did you ever try one of the original Trace Elliott pedals? Yeah, the compressor. I don't think it was a chorus. I don't think Trace Elliott did a chorus pedal. They did the EQ and the compressor. Don't remember a chorus pedal. You've got a picture. Don't ever remember that. Let me Google that. I've never heard of a Trace Elliott chorus pedal. If there was, that completely went under my radar. But the compressor and the EQ, yes. Oh, you're right. Rare. Trace Elliott quad chorus effect pedal. One on Reverb. Never seen that, mate. That's a first for me. I can tell that's kind of a later design because the way that quad chorus, that's very much towards the time when they were being... it's a guitar effect. It's not bass. That's for the guitars. Probably for the acoustic stuff. Yeah, that design, that sort of yellowy green sort of effect, graphic, that was around the time they were starting to get sold to the States. Yeah, never tried the chorus, did try the compressor, did try the EQ. The Keeley compressor is very transparent and killer for 150. Probably won't be 150 over here, that's the problem. If it's made in America, it certainly won't be £150 here in the UK. Robert Keeley is a very good pedal builder, but Chase Bliss is probably the highest rated gear on the planet. Okay. Lewis, you educate me every week with all this because I don't know all this stuff. Actually, I need to do the token picture that I have to post up on social media, so I really kind of need to go. Maybe my funny looking teeth. There we go. So that'll be on social media tomorrow. Was the Trace Elliott EQ pedal useful, better than the Bosch GEB7? There's a question. I don't know. I never compared the both. I've got a GEB7 here now, the more recent version. The EQ pedal. See, when you talk about Trace Elliott and EQ, you really want 12 bands. You don't want 7 or less. So it's hard to compare. See, this is the thing. We're talking retrospectively. We're talking 30 years ago. Technology's come on. Now when you're talking EQ pedals, you're talking Source Audio at £300, which is something I have had my eye on, but I keep thinking, am I going to use it? Do I need that many graphic presets? I don't really. I bought the Boss thing to try and incorporate that into my Uncle Funk pedal board and to do some videos here on the channel, but we'll have to see. Route 10th. Strings are dead as hell. There's the Boss programmable EQ. Yes, all that. Again, it's like, how much? As a bass player, really, if you're getting through that much EQ on a gig, no. Unless you're in something like Genesis, early days, or a proggy kind of, or maybe like Muse or something like that. You're just not going to use that, you know. Do we as bass players need that much EQ? It's like the MP11. The MP11 was designed for big players, session players, people like Mark. Great, 10 presets of EQ. That's probably enough. I mean, I've got up there the Ashdown Superfly that allowed you 100 presets of graphic EQ. I think I use like 3 and never more than 2 on a gig. So, it's just overkill. It's just gear for gear's sake. And you can find yourself falling into that. It's a never ending whirlpool. You're just chasing your tail for what? The sound you were looking for when you fell into it is not what you're looking for when you come out. So, and there's certainly nothing wrong with buying new gear, trying stuff. If it inspires you or it's what's required, then that's all cool. But it's very easy to fall in it and you just spend a lot of money for nothing. Also, the MXR Mini Thump. I keep hearing about that. I need to check that out, actually. Have you got one, Joe? I don't mean to borrow. I just want to know if you bought one. Do you involve that in what you do? The MXR makes the most features for the 10-band EQ with an 18-volt headroom. It's nice, but the Wampler Equator EQ is a 5-band parametric equalizer, which covers all of the mid-band frequencies. What you meant? Yeah, got it. Did you ever review or try a Zoot bass? I did. And sorry if I already asked you this. You didn't, and it's fine. Yes, I have one. It's not the best EQ I've tried. Okay, cool. Zoot bass, yes. In get this right. It was either 2007 or 2008. We did a feature in Bass Guitar magazine. So basically, it was a custom-made Zoot, quite level, against a Roscoe. Can't remember what it was. Oh, I can tell you. Hold on, I'll tell you. I'll go onto my hard drive. Tell you exactly what it was. Bear with me. I need to extend that so I can see the. Oh, okay. It's not in the published list, so I need to go. Maybe it was in features. Just bear with me a moment. I'll find it. I know I wrote it. I think it's got lost over the years of. It's got lost over the years of different PCs and hard drives. Something's. No, it should be in there. Just bear with me a minute. Maybe it's under that. Maybe I've just changed the file name. So basically it was these two high-end bases. It wasn't really a... I didn't want it to be a shootout, but I think that's kind of what the... that's what the editor at the time wanted. And... That's definitely that bait. I think it was a... I'll tell you what. Let's have a look at the date on it. I'll soon tell you. Moscow. That's it. So it's 2008. It was November 2008. Let me have a look in the published list. Scrolling away. Right. There's no mention of Zoot. But anyway, these two bases. The Zoot was really nice. Really good. Loved it. The Roscoe was horrible. Absolutely horrible. It was $3,500, I think. And it had every custom option possible. Multiple woods, multiple this, that, laminate, 12-piece laminate neck sandwich and this, and then this Audaire preamp and these pickups and this and that. And it was like you had it was like having the top of the range Ferrari with every possible bolt on extra you could. And this thing just sounded horrible. It had this high barky mid-range that you couldn't get rid of, and no matter how much bass or treble you added, it just made it worse. And it just sounded clanky and grim, and it was just awful. And the weird thing was, about 3 months later, we got a Roscoe Century, which is far more simpler bass, and it was absolutely fabulous. Just left the expensive one for dust. I said, well, that's crazy, because you're paying $3,500 or more for all these extras, yet the £1,000 bass leaves it standing. But there you go. So yes, so that's my. But the Zoot was fabulous. The Zoot did everything it needed to. No fuss, no grief. It wasn't cheap. I think it was about $2,500. But very good. Mike Walsh, I think that's the guy who runs there. Joe Goose. Zoot was top of my list of my next custom bass build, but also considering a say. Okay, cool. I've never tried either. Well, you need to before you place a custom order. So I suggest you get back to the gallery when you go to pick your S2 up and try as many says as they've got in there, because they're all different, because they're all generally custom bases, not made to a formula. It's what the independent customer wants. I did try say lovely necks. Did you try the blue jazz that I mentioned? Lewis, I'm EQ obsessed. Darn car audio days. I'm thinking pedal EQ is a sucker if you need total control. Just get a rack mount. Yeah, do that. Yeah, I tried that one. What do you think? It's good, wasn't it? Or I thought it was good. Yeah. On the stand out the back section where the vintage fenders were. I haven't tuned this up, so this could be well out of tune. It was a 5-string. Yeah. John said he used to remember you coming in the shop with your notebook trying out basses for hours. Yeah, that was the review days. We'd be there from 11 o'clock when they opened, and we'd be there till 6 o'clock when they closed. But we had to do the reviews and the photography. Wasn't that long ago. Last time we did that was, last time I was there doing any reviews was Christmas just before lockdown, and we were doing some cabs. But before that, we did 2 days in August 2019. We did about 8 or 9 basses. Took months. We didn't finish publishing all of those reviews until we were well into lockdown, sometime in 2020. Yeah, and we did a couple of them, and actually there was a period in 2018 where we used to have a column in Bass Guitar magazine quite near the front. So I would do a bass, Kevin Sanders would do an amp, and Steve Lawson would do an effects pedal. Gear of the Month it was called. And so basically it was just filming old basses and saying this is what they're worth now, and you know, these are kind of classics and what have you. And I did my mate Gary's bass collection. He got loads, and I've still got them written in the book. And then I did a load at the gallery. I think I was there one day just when the World Cup was on in Russia. It was the day it started, and I went up there for a couple of hours and did I think it'd be about 3 hours worth, and I must have done about 25 basses, loads of photos, wrote up what the basses were, how they played and stuff, and then do all my research back. But then once Future Publishing took over New Bay Media and we acquired Bass Player, all my little columns that were in the mag ended because we had to accommodate all the writers from Bass Player. So yeah, shame. didn't get to finish that off really. I think I did about 10. Yeah. So Joe Goose back in the day. Yeah. Stacey, a Brooksy story there. Yeah. As you know, there are many of those. Yeah. I have many of those. You get to this point in life and you've done 4,000 gigs, there's many stories to tell. I actually only know John and Martin because my twin brother is a notable guitarist. Very good. And he has a signature guitar made for him by John. Excellent. My brother takes all his guitars to the gallery for repairs. I still do, if it's something that I can't do here myself. So I don't do any electrics or pickups or circuitry work. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't have the time, the effort or the inclination to want to know. I'd rather just go to someone like Martin or John and let them deal with electronics. It's not my bag. What I can do in my workshop is clean really well, make the guitars really well set up, make them look great. And as I did with Paul Heath's Statuses, stripped them down, cleaned them up, made them play absolutely fabulous. And they go back out the door. And that's that. But when it comes to changing electronics and components and, you know, electrical problems, that's not for me. That's not what I'm good at. I only just started to go into the gallery in the last couple of years. I know it started, I think, in '92, and I didn't go there until 2002 because the Bay Centre was always my kind of place. I never really went to Camden for anything, to be honest. So I never went there. And then when the Bay Centre moved from Wapping, actually, this was probably just a little bit before that. When they went from Wapping to Liverpool Street, Alex Carter moved from the Bay Centre to the gallery. And at that time, I was looking to start getting into status stuff, and they had some second-hand statuses at the gallery. So that was March 2002, a long time ago. The first issue of Bass Guitar magazine had only just come out. Bass guitar is a Bentley, nothing but sporty and luxury. What, this one? Yeah, it's lovely. It's a big body though. It's a big old body. But it plays great. Just long. I might drop the string gauge down a bit. Might drop it down to some 3595s, but I like 4000s. It resonates like crazy. Yeah, man. Do I rate Shack basses? Absolutely. I heard that Say used their preamps, or did. Yeah, they used to have a preamp that had 36 dip switches. Lee Pomeroy had one when he had his Say made. He had the Shack circuit, 36 frequency dip switches. Where'd you start? What's your point of reference? Where are you starting from? Crazy. And what if you found the sound and then changed it and couldn't find it again? It'd do your head in. Do you rate Paul Turner? Yeah, he's okay. Yeah, I did an interview with him 2015. I haven't seen him since late 2016, I think. I haven't heard from him in a long time. We work in very different circles. I'm not at his level, you know. Yeah. Got nothing else to say on the matter. There is an interview with Paul on the channel if you want to check it out. I can, in fact, I'll put the Chris Squire one in as well. Hold on. Okay, so this is the Chris Squire interview. That's Chris Squire. And then I'll find you Paul Turner. There you go. Lewis Wingrove, yes, exactly. I'm on the 4505 Cobalt Steel Ernie Ball, hard on the fingers. Yeah, there's something about this bass. It's made these strings really taut. There's a lot of pressure on them. Whereas I can play these same strings on a status, and it's a different experience. But it's definitely, you know, it's a long old distance. It's like they've been really stretched. But they're okay. What happened to Mark King's Pearl Pink bass? Well, there's a question like loads of us want to know. I don't know. I don't know if someone walked off with it or he gave it away or what. Again, need to ask him. Only he would know. And possibly in the mists of time, he might have forgotten as well. Well, that comes up as a question on every level 42 level 42 fan page. You know, what happened to the Pearl Pink bass along with the blue one? You're ready for a change of string brand? Well, I can highly recommend Rotor Sound, sir. Give them a go. You might like them. These are 4000 Rotor Sounds. These went on, I could call up my file, it tells me, but these went on in late 2018, I think. So they're probably due a change. I might bring this out, do a couple of gigs with it, kill them off, and then put a new set on. Rotor Sound, sir. That's it. This bass did all the Uncle Funk rehearsals as we were coming out of COVID, and it did the performance that we filmed. I haven't used it on anything since. Again, you're just very wary about bringing a bass like this out. Imagine on a festival, I'd literally have to walk off stage with it and put it in its gig bag or case. Couldn't let anyone else do it. My heart would be in my mouth. Joe Goose, would you buy a JD bass? Nope. Nope. I think we've had this discussion, Joe. So I had a Series 2. I spent more time setting it up than I ever did playing it. And when I did use it, on a couple of occasions, I managed to get it playable enough to take out on gigs. It just sounded awful. Didn't work. Didn't work in the surroundings of a pub club band, really. It had a nice flat neck. What, my JD? Never. It was like a banana every time. I'd get it set up and it would just play right. I was like, great, okay, right, put the truss rod cover back on, start playing, and it would start moving again. It was like, this is just getting ridiculous. It was a notorious model. I think from '86, and there was a period that was well known that JD just couldn't produce enough guitars quickly enough because the demand was so high, and he was employing people who maybe necessarily were just getting the things made and out the door, but things weren't right in terms of the wood and the gluing and all of that. Something wasn't right, and that bass was a perfect example of it. So no, I wouldn't buy another one. Not bothered. I've got basses I like. I've got Lembics. I'd rather have an Alembic than a JD any day. And I'm not putting JDs down. They're great. They're very, you know, have a sound all of their own. Not for me. My days of being a Mark King fanboy went long ago. Stacey, heck no, that bass wouldn't leave my sight. No, exactly. My fingers love the Ernie Ball purple slinkies. That'll be about 55 to 110. That'd be like playing rope. Not for me. Yeah, JDs, they are what they are, and I know all the Mark King fans love them, but I don't do anything like that, really. It just wouldn't work. It just wouldn't get any use. I'd just be sitting on it. So let the people that want them have them. Jim Hawkins, DR Victor Wooten extra light gauge and nice strings. Well, I mean, I know the artist, what's the word? Artist support manager, director. I don't know what position. I need to find out. He's the ex-CEO of Aguilar. If I ever wanted to go from Rotosound to DR, it would be a very easy transition. But I'm very happy with Rotosound. I have no issues with Rotosound strings. I wish the artist price was a little cheaper, but I can live with it. It's fine. My ears don't like those 45. The 45 to 100s are just right for you. Okay, cool. So you've got a heavier top and a lighter bottom, that's the way I string up my Spectre. So I'll do 45, 65, 80, 100, and that works well. I tried 4000s, wasn't any good. Tried 4505s, and the bottom was too much, and that's actually what's still on there. But I did try a set of 45, 65, 80, 100, and that's what we'll be going back on that Spectre. What were the basses played on a Physical Presence live album? JD and Status, mate. It would probably be... I'd need to go back through my pictures from those gigs, but not that I was there, I wasn't, but people post them up. So it would be one of the red JDs, or probably both. And it would have been his Series 2 Status, maple one. And what tones they are. frankly. Although a lot of it was overdubbed back in the recording studio after the event. And I presume you've heard the Are You Hearing What I Hear, where he completely mucks up the lyrics 2 or 3 times. What's that? Oh. I can insert ads, create highlight videos, and add a stream marker. How about that? Oh well. I'm on, this might well have been there all the time, but I didn't know. I'm doing tonight's live chat using a thing within the studio. So normally I watch it as like a punter with what you guys see, but I'm actually in some studio window within YouTube, and it's got all sorts of things that I didn't have access to before. Very good. Do you think status necks are closer to P-bass necks, but just a bit flatter? Well, it depends whether you're buying a P-bass one, a jazz bass one, or a Stingray one, but now you can't. So I think they were all built with the profiles of the originals. So if you want a P-bass neck, it will be fairly substantial. If you want a jazz one, it will be what a jazz is, and the Stingray ones are great. The 5-string one is very close to what a wooden Stingray 5-string neck was. Jim, did you ever own a headless Steinberg? No. Never had a hankering for one either. I love headless basses. I'm quite happy with status though. But no, never had a Steinberg. I know quite a few players who have and still have them as well, but very rarely use them. Now accruing value. David, that's what my flatwounds are. What, the Ernie Ball Purple 5510 core? Those as flatwounds. That 110's got to be a bundle of fun. Joe Goose, sorry, I mean S2s and empathy necks. Do you think status necks closer to P-bass necks, but just a bit flatter? No. So status S2 and empathy necks. Okay, for a start, S2s change their profile. So if you're talking the newer versions of S2s, S2 Classics, I've not played one of those. If you're talking about original S2s, the original earlier status basses up until about 1990, 1991 had a very broad profile to them, quite blocky. And then they changed to a slimmer, contoured neck from about 91 onwards. No, I'd say an empathy neck. It's more like a general sort of Stingray neck, but without being quite as bulbous. But I love my empathy neck. It's always like coming home when I pick that bass up. Lewis, how do you lock in with the drummer off the kick drum? Sorry, but I'm a newbie, good on technical, but learning bass. Well, you're not religiously tied to the kick drum. You don't have to be. I tend to use hi-hat a lot as my measure, and anyone that's ever watched me play will know my left or right leg, one of them will be tapping. It's a Mark King recommendation, that. So I'm counting with one. My other leg is going. So it looks like I'm having a spasm in my leg. I'm not. I'm going with the emphasis of the hi-hat, and that works for me. And actually, if I'm doing the Uncle Funk and I've got in-ears and I'm doing my mix, the hi-hats are on full blast. That's my judge of timing. Sadly, some of the drummers I know, their hi-hat timekeeping ain't the greatest. But thankfully, the guy in Uncle Funk is seriously on it. And when we're doing that stuff, you know, it's metronomic, the hi-hat stuff, so it's great. And we've got a click track going, and there might be percussion on there as well. But you can lock in with the kick drum, but you don't have to. But it's always a good point of reference. That would be my advice. David Gill, 4500s. Okay, cool. What bass is your number one or most special to you? My red empathy is very much. My GB Rumour Kingfisher is. My Kabikis are. The pink one was the bass I was using when I turned professional. Did loads of gigs. Although I don't really play it 'cause it's fretless. I've got too many nice basses. They're very hard to pick. And I like them all for different... I love Betsy, it's fab. Love my Dingwall. The GBs are all fabulous. Yeah, I love my Mike Dirnt Fender up on the wall there. That did a load of gigs. Don't get to use it as much these days, but it's lovely to play. Well, I've got a nice collection. It's fine. It's good. But it's hard to pick one because they all do different things, all sound different. Lewis at David, I got to try the flat worms. Cool. Okay. Joe Goose, I own 2 Empathies. Okay, a 6-string and a 4. You can keep the 6. I'm not interested in that. And a 4-string, great basses, but the preamp was just not twangy enough for me. But they are great for groove and rock. Yes, we've had this discussion where you had the later ones, and you really needed one of the earlier ones. But again, you see, you say that, and my red one is one of the later ones, and there is no lack of twang in that. I think it depends on the strings you use. I really do. If you use light gauge strings on something like an Empathy, you're just not getting everything it can do. Whereas I always use 4000s on it, and for a while I toyed with putting 4505s. The newer Empathy that I bought in September, the quilted maple one, it has got 4505s because I got John at the gallery to string it with him. It's got the Dario Pro Steels because they didn't have any rotor sounds in. So it's got Pro Steel 4505s on there. And it feels and sounds slightly different because of that string change. But the bass is only 3 months younger than my red one. But I'm sure if you were at one of my gigs and my Empathy was there and I had a rig, and you plugged it in and I took you through all the EQ settings and what have you, there's plenty of twang. It certainly doesn't lack in that. It might well be what you were hearing was maybe too much mids. Maybe the mids were boosted. Some people get confused with that toggle switch. So basically it's mid cut at the frequency you've selected, mids flat, mids boosted at the frequency you've selected. And it's got no lack of treble, I can assure you. If I saw an Empathy for sale, though, I'd be first in the queue. Of course you would. They've all gone up in price. Why do you think I bought the quilted maple one? Can you play your newer Empathy now, please? Yeah, I can. I think I can. Try not to make too much noise because the other half's gone to bed. I'll put this one back first. Right, 2 seconds. I've got to get it out of the hard case. Hold the bus. There we go. Quilted maple goodness. There you go. 3 months younger than the red one. Not a ding on it. It's almost like the guy that bought it didn't even play it. It's immaculate. Even the pickups have still got all the writing on them. Bridge looks like it's never been touched. Actually, I'll say that there's a little bit. But it's just fabulous. Got the red line, not the green one, or the yellow one. Here we go. If it's on there, yeah. What is the fret radius on that bass? Oh, I couldn't tell you. Well, there shouldn't be any because it's flat. It's graphite. It should be a flat neck. There's no radius. That empathy looks beautiful. It is. Look at that. Yeah, there you go. Although the pictures of it on the gallery site make the quilted maple look far more intense. So if I turn it round, it's kind of, there's too much reflection going on at the moment with the lights. It's a belter. It plays great. It sounds. Oh. My empathy is 004. Oof, Kevin. Good to see you. And was Rob's show model. Yeah, preamp is fabulous. That's the one you want, Joe. That'll be one of the early ones. Neck is quite flat in depth, but fretless 2000 is older and neck is different but lovely. It'll be a stockier neck. Joe, I think that would look great to have both those empathies on stage at a gig. Yeah, probably. Not sure I'll be taking this one out. I want to keep it as immaculate as I can, but we'll see. Ooh. It's out of tune as well. Ha, Joe, stop it. Behave yourself. I highly doubt if he's got 004 empathy, he was going to want to sell it, and you'd be looking at serious money. Okay, this bass guitar is an empathy. Yes, it is. 1998, June. Number 2126. Yeah, Stace. Make a deal night on Brooks's Bass Corner. By the way, boys and girls, we've gone past the point of the longest live chat. We're now 4 hours and 12 minutes. This is the new record. This is the new measuring point. Joe, that Mark King guitarist interview we were looking at the other day is a great review of a 5-string empathy. Yeah, very much so. Yeah, that's the old style ones. Yes, out of production since about 2000. And now Status aren't making, so you can't have a new one. You can only buy the second-hand ones. You could have, I was going to say, you could have had something similar, which would be a Series 2 Classic, but it's not the empathy. But again, now they're not being made brand new. You have to get second-hand one, but there are plenty of Series 2 Classics out there. Ronnie CBX, welcome. Don't think we've seen you before. Hope you're okay. What configuration is it? Do you mean what brand and what model? It's a Status Graphite Empathy, twin humbuckers, 3-band EQ, graphite neck, wooden body, 11-piece laminate. Headed, not headless. A lovely piece of wood, I think you'll agree. Looks great, loved it. As soon as I saw it, I got it the day it came into the store. They posted it up on Facebook. I rang them, said, "You still got that?" "Yes, and just come in." I said, "Good, sold." That's the end of that. There's no point larking about, just get the thing. Even the S2 Classics are very rare to see up for sale. Yeah, well, everyone's holding on because we're waiting for the prices to go up. But Series 2 Classic is not an empathy, not in anyone's book. And I heard enough from people who owned S2 Classics, and some had empathies, and they said the preamp's not the same, just ain't the same. Cam Voodoo, you've come back. Evening. Sorry, I'm talking quieter now because my partner's gone to bed, so rather than me with my boomy voice, just turn the volume down a little. Kevin, no chance, I'm afraid. As time's gone on, I will never sell any of my bases. We all say that, Kev, come on. Buy wisely and it generally money in the bank. I did sell my 84, wow. 600 quid. As I've said on chats before, had we known how things would progress in 2000 or in the late 90s, we would have all bought WOWs, JDs, statuses. Didn't know WOWs were going to do what they're going to do. My friend Gary, Stacey, you'll know Gary. Other people will possibly have bumped into Gary here on the live chat. He's got 2 WOWs, a Geddy Lee and an 83 fretless. He's putting them up for sale at the gallery. This spec he's going to be looking at around £10,000 each. He certainly didn't pay that for them. Well done, sir. Pizzas are on him. Quick question, should I forgive the hockey stick headstock? What, that? That's fabulous. What are you talking about, man? Worries about tuning stability, is that up to the machine heads and bone? Are you talking about this base or your base? Joe, okay, I'll give you at least 600 quid for that empathy. Well, if it makes you happy, Joe, I nearly bought an empathy in 2001 for 500 quid and I missed it. Cherry sunburst. It was immaculate. I missed it by 5 minutes. Yeah. So anyway, so that's that empathy. I've run out of space in my racks to put it. Bear with me a moment, guys and girls. I need to put it back in the case. There we go. That was the empathy. Let's have a look here. Alembic have a stereo bass or only for Stanley Clark? Nope. Any Series 1 or Series 2 can be stereo. Oh, Stacey Ann. Super chat, $9.99. $9.99. Thank you very much. Well done, Stace. Thank you. Very much appreciated. I try, you know. No, any Series 1 or Series 2 can be stereo. Series 1 or Series 2 is the electronics package. It's not the bass styling. Although having said that, my anniversary Alembic up there, the other one, that has the option of mono or stereo via a switch. So basically, if you have an Alembic, if you specify you want stereo output, you can have it. So no, it's not only something for Stanley Clark. Lewis Wingrove, hope the Phoenix, that bass is a perfect. The Phoenix, that bass is a perfect half and half tuners. Okay, got you. And Stacey Ann super chat, thank you very much. Joe Goose, I bought my Series 2 for $18.50. Okay. Someone has already offered me $3 grand for it on Base Chat. Mate, the prices are just going to go up. So if you're looking for an investment, don't sell. Yeah, exactly. Lewis, it has a better chance of stability because of the brake angle. Right, got you. Yeah, statuses are about to rocket. Well, they already are. And alembics have already started rocketing. The alembics didn't start to go up in price till we got into lockdown. And then I think people were getting their furlough payments and thinking, oh, I've got all this free money. I'll buy the bases that I've always wanted. And suddenly alembics became sought after and there weren't many second-hand around. And I saw it happen over a space of 6 to 12 months. Alembic prices just were going up and up and up and up and up. And now they are what they are. And all of these base exoticas, they become rarer and rarer, and the people that make them are dying and retiring. You know, they're all going to go up. I wouldn't be surprised. Things like alembics, wows. I think JD's will when John Diggins dies. They'll all start overtaking vintage Fenders. I just think it's going to happen because there are far fewer of them than the vintage Fenders. They're made in fewer numbers. It's like with the Kabikis. They're starting to rocket now. Big time. Lewis, but at the same right, that base hanging on your wall did just fine, so I'm thinking maybe not so important. What are we talking about, stringing or the way they hang on the wall hangers? So basically these are just, I can't even remember what brand they were. I bought them in 2006. All, well, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, I've got 5 around the room that are wall hanging. I've never had a problem. They've all been secure. Joe, I remember years ago I took a trip to the base galleries before I knew Martin. They had a collection of alembic rogue bases. A couple of years ago they had one rogue base in there. Is that what you mean? So that would have been 2019, just before lockdown, because they had a rogue and they had a spoiler, and I was going to buy the spoiler and someone else had got to it before me. And then when I saw it in the shot, I was like, nah, not good, not a good one. I think it was about 4 of them, all 4 strings. Alembics come and go in the gallery very quick. Years ago, the Bass Centre was the UK distributor for Alembic, and then it went to American Guitars down in Sevenoaks in Kent. Now there isn't a UK distributor for Alembics anymore. Yeah, the Rogues are great. They're really good. Even the Rogues are, every Alembic is expensive. There's no cheap. Well, the cheap ones are the Epics and the Essences, which I think kind of like the same bass. They just change name over time, I think. But even those have started going up. Crazy. Okay, 20 years ago. So around, sorry, it's 2003 time. Okay. Oh, right, with the tuners, right, got you. Well, I've got 2 Alembics there, so they're 2 and 2. And then over there I've got Fender, and I've got a Lodestone, and that's Fender design headstock, 4 in a row. And up there I've got a Yamaha Attitude, which again is 4 in a row. They all work okay. Let's see. Right, Joe. Yeah, American Guitars had about 4 Alembic basses for sale on eBay for 10 years. Yes, they did. Yeah, they were crap. Well, I say they were crap. They were kind of one-off designs that weren't going to appeal to people that liked Alembics. They were like crazy looking things. There were 2 jazz bass style Alembics, but like you say, after COVID, they're all gone. Yeah. Yeah, I think it was furlough money. Not just in the UK, I think worldwide, any government that was paying out for people to sit on their backsides. Well, they couldn't go on holiday. If they didn't buy a hot tub, and they were of a bass mind, they were going to buy nice basses, weren't they? Some of them bought them probably for investment purposes, double your money, but I didn't have any money during COVID, so I wasn't buying anything. Let's just have a quick look. That's right. Okay. And let's see if anything's happened with YouTube and the merchandise shelf. I suspect not. Nope, still 3 bags. Great. Hey, you'd think they'd want to be earning money. Don't get it. Don't get it. In fact, let's just see. Let's have a look. Let's see if the email's coming from YouTube. Oh, there's an email in that account. So look. Nope. Ah. Yes. Let's see what they say. Oh, someone's placed an order in my shop. Spreadshirt. Men's baseball t-shirt. Who is that? Anyone here on this live chat? Someone's bought a baseball t-shirt. Is that? And that's Spreadshop. So someone in the US, one of you fine people, you bought a men's baseball t-shirt. Someone's bought something. Anyway, right, YouTube support. Let's see. So I brought the concern to the attention of specialists. Right now, I'm still waiting for an update from them. It may take longer than usual response. We humbly request your patient understanding in this matter. In your free time, you may also visit. So basically, I've got to carry on waiting. So we know further. I don't get it. What I don't get, I'll make this a very concise version. So I connected my YouTube channel to my Spreadshirt store. They connected. Spreadshirt sent all the merchandise to YouTube. It was all on there. It was all on there, and 12 mixed items were there on the YouTube, on the merch shelf. It was all working fine. About a day later, within 6 hours, everything came off. There was no merchandise. Then it was just showing the bags. And that's the situation we're at now. 3 bags with 3 designs, different designs. And there's no problem with the designs. It's just, it's not storing any of the merchandise. But it all came up. So where's it all gone? And why hasn't it been displayed? No one at YouTube or Google seems to know what they're doing. I don't know. What's it all about, Alfie? It's annoying because you guys have to keep going through to the stores to buy the merch, which is fine. It means I get a bigger cut. But it just means you can't watch a video. Oh, I like that. That's how easy it should be. They're actually doing themselves out of income. Not that I'm sure they're hard up for a bob or two, but you know what I'm saying. Anyway. Here we go. Right, saw a load of messages pop up there. JD were really busy over COVID, weren't they, just? I bought my JD before Mark King started playing them again. They weren't busy then. No, that's correct. But the bass still took three years. You could be dead in that time, as it was through COVID and Mark King started playing them. Yeah, Kev, US prices are nuts at the moment. Yeah, aren't they just? Our exchange rate doesn't help, but a quick glance at talk-based classifieds, you can see that many of their prices are higher than ours for similar models. Stacey, you haven't bought yet. Well, you know where it is. It's the convenience they're messing with YouTube. Yeah, it is. That's exactly it. Convenience. I'm promoting in my videos, go to the merch shelf. We can buy her a couple of bags. It's crazy. But as I said, I earn more money as a percentage sale on the merchandise when it's bought directly from the stores. So I'll take it, you know. But it's just daft. They encourage you to connect your shop up, and then when you do, it doesn't work. Crazy. Literally. Well, guys and girls, we're at 4.5 hours and the chat seems to still be going. We can go as long as you want. So if you're not in a race to head off to the land of Nod. We'll carry on talking. Yeah. So I don't know what is going on there at all. It's got me baffled. And the daft thing was I disconnected the store twice and reset it up, and each time it's the same thing. Crackers. That's what it is. Yeah. Here we go. Very good. What was I looking at? Here we are. Joe Goose, he's got 47,000 subscribers. Who has? Who's got 47,000 subscribers? The Guitar Show. Who's that then? What's that? Who is that? Ah, it's a channel. I don't know who that is. What's that all about, Joe? Oh, your brother's channel, right. I'll get him to plug your show this week. Thank you very much. Great. Got to learn like a prayer. Should be fun. You'll be fine. Take it slowly. Verse, chorus, middle section, ending. Take it slowly. Piece it together. The way I can describe that, right? That process of doing things block by block, piecing it together. When I used to play in a Green Day tribute, we had to play Jesus of Suburbia, which is like 9.5 minutes, which sounds long, but Green Day stuff generally isn't that complicated, but it went through lots of changes. So although it's not on the level of like Yes or Genesis or Rush, to do 9.5 minutes of the same song and get everything bang, and certain people in that band maybe weren't as musically proficient as others, I said, right, we're going in to do this. We're playing it tonight, right? We're going to go in and rehearse it morning, and then we'll drive to the gig and we'll play it that night. Everyone was like, oh, can we do it? Can we do it? Yeah, we can do it. Right. I sat there. We had the track. I said, right, this is the way we're going to do it. So you've all done your practice at home. So this is the way we're going to piece this together. We're going to sit and we're all going to listen to the whole track all the way through, right? Then what we're going to do is we're going to listen to the first segment. So we broke it down into however many it was, like 6 bits. I said, right, we'll listen to the first bit. We're not going any further until we've listened to that. We've played it through. We've got all the harmonies together. We've got all the parts together. You can take as long as you like, but we ain't going on to part 2 until we got part 1 sorted. And it just focused everyone's minds. And once we got it right, we played it again and again and again. And at the end of 3 times, I said, is everyone all right with that? Yeah. Then we go on to part 2. Listen to it, play it once, twice, 3 times. Everyone all right with that? Yeah, right. Now we do parts 1 and 2. Up to that point. And as time goes by, you suddenly see you've progressed. So you've done a quarter, a third, half, 2/3, 3/4. And before you know it, you've got the whole song. Then the challenge is, can you play the whole thing without stopping? Lo and behold, because we'd taken our time, not rushed and panicked over it. Yes, we could. Played it that night. Perfect. That's the way you do it. Don't go frantic. Think, oh my God, I can't. You can. You've just got to break it down into parts. And it's the same for any song. Break it down into parts. Take it slow. If you can't hear what the changes are, put it either into a slow downing app I use Audacity. So you pull in an audio file, change the tempo, playing speed, whatever the setting is. And if you keep playing what you think it is and it's wrong, well, just keep repeating until you find what that note is. If you're in the ballpark, there's only so many notes it can be. That's how you do it. And then once you've got it all together, nice and slow, bring the tempo back up. Slowly, don't have to rush it. And eventually you've got it all at speed and it's correct. That's the joy of having time to do it. It's when you're on a 1-day cram or same day, it's like tomorrow morning I wake up and suddenly I've got to do a gig tomorrow night. Can I get all that together? As long as it's songs I'm familiar with, yes. If there's songs I don't know, well, it's at the band leader's discretion. Do they want me to fluff it up, or do you want to get someone else? It's up to you. I don't mind. Stacey, yes, that's the way to learn. You aren't chasing the notes. Metronome as well, yeah. It's a time thing. And this is what annoys me when Deps take on gigs that they haven't had time to play through, get stuff together. They'll take the gig because it's money, but they aren't going to do the work for it. That really annoys me. You don't get booked a second time. Canberra, usually my problem is remembering simple stuff. Write it out then. As you're going through learning it, write it out, block by block. So chunk 1, verse. Chunk 2, chorus. Verse is probably going to be similar to the first verse. Second chorus, solo, middle 8, bridge. Outro, chorus, 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 probably. Just write it out. You've got that point of reference. Over time, that will sink in. But if you rush it, you won't remember it. So don't try that. But you see what happens with a lot of players. I've been guilty of it myself. You'll have gigs you'll be told about them in advance. And as time approaches, you think, oh, it's all right, I'll do it a day before or a couple of days before, and you won't. So the secret is to start listening to it. As soon as you're told there's a gig or this is the material, start listening to it. Get it in the brain. Because once the brain hears the structure, and that's what muscle memory then starts working on as you're playing it through. And then once you're confident with that, the muscle memory will take over on the gigs. You're home and dry. Everybody's changing the other day. Nightmare. Why was it a nightmare? Stacey, have you been to dinner? It's 9 o'clock nearly over there. Just repetitive. Well, that can be another thing. So you've got to stay alert, keep your concentration. It's all well and good going on to autopilot, but you need to, familiarity is what I'm trying to say. I can't believe we've still got 9 people on it. It's 20 to 1. Just ordered from Spreadshop, EAZL. Was that your baseball shirt? Who was it? Dashboard. I think it was, sir. Can't see what your order is on there. I can do it on my phone. Statistics. That's it. I see that hasn't gone through until it processes. Well, thank you very much, EAZL. Very much appreciated. Hope whatever you've ordered comes to you and you're really happy with it. Yeah, very easy process. I ordered all my samples. It was like this is too easy. It's really good. What did you buy, EAZL? I'm trying to look in there to see, but I can't see it at the moment. No, I can't see it at the moment. You bought a sweatshirt. Well, thank you very much. I hope it keeps you well warm. Which design did you go for? Didn't order a baseball shirt. Someone has ordered a baseball shirt as well. Cambodia, it's like you said, stuff I learned years ago I can still remember, but for instance I learned Stop on by Paul Young the other night and now cannot remember it. It's familiarity, it's playing over and over again. I got into a very good, efficient way of working before we went into lockdown because I was doing so many gigs and I was doing lots of depths for bands where I could literally listen to a song once, learn it on that first listen, play it, and then play it on the gig. But that takes practice. That's being familiar with lots of band set lists. On my hard drive, I've literally got every band I've ever depth for. Their set list as it was when I played with them. Pretty much most of them a live recording. So if I did another gig with them further down the line, I know how that band's going to play and how the drummer plays and how the singer sings and everything else. Just made the job easier. Soup and a sandwich for you, very good. Cambridge, it's like you said, yeah, done that bit. Joke, Mike, at one point on the stream you had 17 watching. Is that a record? Might be. I think at one point tonight, I think there might have been 19 or 20. That probably is a record. So thank you for promoting, because I'm guessing a lot of them probably coming from Talk Bass Chat maybe. I don't know. But yeah, higher numbers are good. YouTube will love it. Stacey, oh, I love Stop On by Paul Young. It came out in 1990 and was still working in a record store. Very good. That was a perfect job from you. And so, yes, it was, wasn't it? Very good. Excellent. Excellent. So yeah, that probably is. I think tonight's kind of a bit of a record in all. No, the only thing it's not a record is Super Chat. Record on Super Chat on one night is about $40, I think. At the moment, it's on $21.08, but that's a different metric. That was that might have been the Andy Taylor live chat, which we did the couple of days after Andy Taylor of Duran Duran was diagnosed with, or he announced he had cancer. So it was either that one or there was a batch of live chats in November that were really good. All the figures were, I hadn't had that. And I have to say, before that run of super chats, live chats in October, November, early part of December, the ones I'd done in August, I was probably close to not doing these anymore because no one was coming on, no one was interacting. And it was all a bit uninspiring. And something clicked in October, November, December, and people started coming. And a lot of you guys who still watch and get involved every Tuesday, they're the people that came in October, November, December. So thank you. You know, I say every week, thank you to all the subscribers, everyone who gets involved, whether you leave a comment or a thumbs up on a video or got a question, it all adds up. It's this big wheel of YouTube and social media and everything else, and it all has to come together and lock in. And at the moment, if I can get more content going up on a regular basis, the wheels will turn quicker and things will get even better. Last question for tonight. Joe, you can ask as many questions as you like. Are you going to buy spare preamp pickups before States close their doors for your empathies? No. Because I think they'll carry on doing the spares. I think that will always be a thing. Yeah, I don't know. If they say they aren't going to do anything, then I might think about it. But at the moment, no. No, they're good enough. And that quilted maple empathy has barely ever been played. It's clear. It's hardly been touched. So there'll be plenty in there. The only thing I was worried about were the batteries. And I changed them as soon as the bass came through the door. So, no. But if I suddenly think or hear that they aren't going to carry on with the spares at Status, then yeah, I might look in. But then I've got a few basses I'd need to do that for. So there's a Series 2000, there's the Matrix, 2 Empathies, a T-bass, Streamline. Yeah, it's enough. But you could say that about any bespoke bass by a British manufacturer. What are you going to do when they go? You know, and if you actually look at all of the British manufacturers, probably the only one that will carry on to any degree after the maker dies will be JD, because his sons are involved in it. But probably Status won't, GB won't. Still Shuka, I guess. A few others, but yeah, it is what it is. Where are we? I'll give your brother's channel a subscribe. He's got 47.6 thousand subscribers. How do you do that? I've almost got the same number of videos, but I'm certainly not at that level. But again, it's every channel is different, so. Not everyone can do the same thing and have the same results. That's the nature of YouTube. You can't copy someone else's performance. It doesn't work that way. Yeah. How are we doing? We've still got 8. I think we're going to hit 5 hours at this, right? This is good. I'm on one of his videos. Ah, okay. I will check it out. I'll check it out tomorrow. I'm not going to get time to check it out today. So look, if I, so 3 products. Now see, I'm looking at the merchandise shelf within this live chat studio window. Still nothing different to what was there before. Crazy. Don't get it. Just don't get it. Wow, I can see all the stream settings. And this is very handy. This is like a whole revelation on a live chat. This. Wow. I have analytics in front of me, which I've never had before. Yeah. Okay, let's see, where are we? Well, let's try and get this to 5 hours and then we'll start winding it down, I think. So thank you to everyone. Well, I'll do a little preamble now, but we're not going to, you know, if we can do another 12 minutes, then fabulous. Thank you, everyone who has attended tonight's live chat, whether you're still with us or you're watching at a later date. It's been fab. David Gill, do you know Mark Smith at Talking Bass? I've taken 2 of his online classes. He seems like a very nice guy. Mark Smith. No, doesn't ring any bells. Mark Smith. Oh, do you mean, yeah, Talking Bass. I know exactly what you mean. Yes, I do know Mark. Hadn't seen him since London Bass Guitar Show 2019 though. We don't generally talk. He's busy, I'm busy, but we know each other. Yeah, he's a very nice guy. Yeah. Stacey, Cam Video. I just saw Pino Palladino playing on the majority of songs on Paul Young's Other Voices album. Yeah, I've got a copy of that. Yeah. Yes, so thank you, everyone. I mean, I'm not ending the live chat just yet, so but I just thought I'd say thank you while I have people's attention, and we will be doing this again next week. It's all booked in. You'll find the video already on the video section of the channel. Go in, hit the notification, or notify me is what it says, and then it says notification on once you've clicked on that. So that'll be happening next week, same time, 8 o'clock. I'd like to do them earlier so we aren't running quite like into the middle of the night, but a lot of you are coming home from work and having your dinner and stuff. So the first hour, when I was doing these at 7 o'clock, the first hour was like, I might as well have just talked to the bin because there was no one here. And then once 8 o'clock came round, suddenly everyone started appearing, which was great. Joe, is there going to be another London bass show? Nope. No, there won't be. So I keep seeing this popping up on Bass Chat, and I see it on various bass forums. And no, the London Bass Show was born out of Bass Guitar magazine. So the magazine was already there. Then the publisher at that time, Oyster House, decided they wanted to do a bass show. They were already doing a guitar show, an acoustic show, because they ran the magazines, and they did a drum show. Naturally, Bass Guitar magazine had its own show. Then when, so there was the first one in 2011, second one was 2012. The publisher was very naughty. He did the show in 2012, and the day after the show announced he'd gone bankrupt. The magazine closed, along with all the other magazines in their portfolio. And the publisher closed down. What happened was they had paid a builder and taken out loans for serious amounts of money to have their offices extended to cater for all their editorial teams for all the magazines within their portfolio. And the builder took the money and did a runner. So they didn't have bigger offices, and they had all their money gone. Anyway, so the magazine, everything went into administration, and there was no Bass Mag, and basically all their titles got bought up by Blaze Publishing, which also meant the rights for the shows went to Blaze Publishing. So although not many people, well, they knew at the time because their subscriptions ended and the magazine didn't exist for about 3 months, but it started up again in June 2012. So when it came to the bass shows, roll around to March 2013, there was another London Bass Show. But all the shows were as a result of the magazine. So then when the magazine went to Future Publishing in 2016, they took on the shows. The problem was, by that point, the shows had they weren't necessarily making a profit. Lots of money was being paid to the big names that were doing the master classes and the performances. But the show wasn't making money for the publishers. Well, with Blaze, that wasn't such a big deal because it just kept the magazine in everyone's attention. But Future didn't work like that. And you know, we were trying to book stuff for the 2017, 2018, 2019 show, and they were just dragged. Well, it wasn't just the magazine, but the big wigs at Future were dragging their feet a bit. So where we could get people in advance, if we booked early, by the time they said, "Oh right, we're going to do a show," all the names were booked, so we couldn't get them. So as far as I'm aware, bearing in mind I have nothing to do with the magazine anymore, unless Future Publishing decide they want to do a live bass show, then there won't be one, because there is no printed magazine anymore. It's just an ongoing website feed on Music Radar and Guitar World. So if someone was to buy the Bass Guitar magazine name and wanted to set up a bass show, then that could happen. Bass Player's still owned by Future. Bass Guitar magazine's still owned by Future, but there is no publication. Without that publication and that end to having the show, in terms of, you know, like I used to do loads of reviews at the show, and that would go into the reviews that would feature in the magazine, and all the interviews that we did at the show, all that content that was generated by the show. If you haven't got that sort of vehicle for the show, it can't really work, which is a shame. And you're seeing on the forums, everyone's going, "Oh, I really missed the bass show." It was great. It was great while it ran, but before that, there wasn't one. All you had was the London Guitar Show, which had minimal bass content, much like the guitar shows now that try to do bass stuff. There's very little. And I think, there's the one in Birmingham, but the one that happened, well, that was it. That happened the other week. Everyone said, well, there's no real much bass content. What's the point? So unless they can get a lot more bass stuff in, you're not going to attract the hordes that used to come to Olympia. Just not going to happen. Shame, because we had a blast. Great memories. And we made it a really good show, I think. I had nothing to do with the first two. I wasn't involved at all. And then 2013, I did. 2014, I didn't do. I was in Israel. 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, did all of those. Yeah, man. Right. So that should answer your question, Joe. Wasn't there a bass show in Manchester in the last few years? There was one up in Liverpool last year, which was a shambles. But it wasn't a bass show. It was a guitar, bass, drum show. Yeah, that's what you're talking about. Yeah, that was the one last April. That was done by Neil Golding, who used to be the advertising manager for Bass Guitar magazine when it was with Oyster, and then with Blaze. And then when we went to Future, Neil didn't carry on and wanted to do his own shows. So he tried doing that. He had a show booked for the week after the first lockdown started. And obviously that didn't happen, so he lost a lot of money, I think, on that. No, Birmingham was a couple of weeks ago. The one last year, I think, was Liverpool. Yeah. But we had some great times, great memories. Met my heroes. Got to hang out with people. Sticking their head round my review room. What are you doing in here? Reviews? What are you doing? I need to escape. Walking in on Mark King playing with Robert Trujillo and Mental is weird heavy metal bass band thing. Mark King seeing me and going, "Hello, kid." Hello, kid. I'm 43. Well, I was at the time. "Hello, kid. How's it going?" "Yeah, I'm good. You?" "Yeah." "Has it got time for a pint later?" "Absolutely." Good. Then took the guys out from Aguilar for dinner. Met Doug Wimbrish. Then came back to the pub to find Dave Swift getting Billy Sheehan extremely drunk, and then watching him spin like a spinning top down a corkscrew stairway so he could go back to his hotel white as a sheet, like Casper the Ghost. And he didn't look any better in the morning either. He'd had something like about 7 pints of Trooper, and he was no longer in the state of a trooper, that's for sure. I had been sensible and gone and had a Thai meal with the guys from Aguilar, but Mr. Sheehan didn't. He drank on an empty stomach. Bad news. Yeah. I remember it. "You off, Billy?" "Yeah, I'm off." And he couldn't find where the stairs. He got to the top stairs and was just spinning as he walked down. Just not a clue. Not a clue. Yeah. Halcyon days. Do I know Lawrence Cottle? Yes, I do. And I think he knows me when he sees me, but if you mention my name, he probably wouldn't. But his brother and his sister-in-law live in our village. and I bumped into his sister-in-law many times walking their dog, and when we've had dogs. So yeah, Richard Cottle is his brother. Always time for a pint, quite. It was that night, and thankfully I'd eaten before I did. Oh, what's that? What's that? Oh no, right, okay, I know what that does. Yeah, here we go. Here we go, it's 1 o'clock. We are coming up on 5 hours. I can't believe we've strung a live chat out for 5 hours. That's obscene. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Did you ever come across John Giblin? No, never met John. Not at all. I think Richard Cottle played on Other Voices. Richard Cottle is a very distinguished musician. Between him and his brother, they've covered a lot of ground, that's for sure. But no, never met John Giblin. Not at all. It's probably someone we should have got to the bass show, but don't know, wasn't on the radar. It's a shame. There were a couple of years. So 2017, 2018, we were going to do Best of British, and we were going to have some big names on that, and it didn't happen because, again, Future left it way too late to get the people we needed. And then there was a year where potentially we were going to have Stanley Clarke, Larry Graham, Nathan East. Who was the other one? Larry Graham, Marcus Miller, Nathan East. There was one other. We're going to have them all on the same year. And it was all starting to fall into place. And Future didn't commit to it. And before you know it, they were all booked different places. We couldn't get it. That would have been a killer. That would have been absolutely killer if we'd got all of them. It would have been quite something. It would have been quite a coup to get all of those on the same show. Did I meet Percy Jones? No. You can keep rattling these off, Joe. I'll give you a yes or no. We'll get one that I did. Kevin, I've had to relearn it since I gave up my 5-string. I play it like Paul Turner now. What are we talking about? I don't know what we're talking about here. Are we talking about this Paul Young track? I guess we are. I think that's what we're talking about. Terry Gregory. No, but know of Terry Gregory, but never met him. Again, he probably was at some of the bass shows and didn't cross paths. Keep going, Joe. You'll get one in a minute. Okay. No problem. I always think we should have some music playing because it's like deathly quiet here. But if I did, I'd lose copyright, of course. Or I should have YouTube free music playing in the background. So the things you hear musically on my videos, that's YouTube free music. Steve Lawson, well, yeah, he writes for the magazine. Yeah, I've spent many an hour in a pub with Steve. Not discussing nail varnish though, or why he looks like Geddy Lee, or did. But yeah, I know Steve, of course. Yes, he did play on Other Voices. That album featured a plethora of. You've been nicking my words again, Stacey. A plethora of all-star musos. That's good, Joe. You got one out of about 6 there. So keep going with those names. Bass luminaries. I've realised I've got my book here, which had when I went to the gallery to find bases for the Gear of the Month column. So let me see. So that was all the stuff from Gary's. Here we go. So when I went in the gallery in, that would have been June 2018, there was a JD Supernatural Roadie in white, a Washburn Status 1000 in red. This is just some of the bases they had, but they're what I took pictures of and did stuff on for the column. Line 6 Variax 700. A Yamaha TRB 5 in red. A Yamaha RBX 375. A Music Man Bongo HH, which will now be worth a few bob. A G&L ASAT, which I think is the red Telecaster shaped one that's still in there. An Ovation Magnum, an Ibanez Roadstar 2, which I think was a Sunburst. Yeah. An Enfield Lionheart, a Say Bass Jazz 5, a Say Flamboyant Fretless, Gibson Les Paul bass, a 1986 Warwick Streamer Stage 1, that probably went for a pretty penny as well. There was an Overwater Original. There was a Bogart. Turn the page, Michael. Here we are. There was a Tune Supernova ZI7. Never heard of it. I know who Tune are, but I don't remember that model. A Devoicing Standard, which I did a review of. Yeah, I did a review of that a year later. A couple of GB guitars. That would have been the Spitfires that were there. A Gibson EB3 from 62. A Hofner 500/1 from 65. An Epiphone Rivoli from 64. A Rickenbacker 4003 from 2005, special colour called the Blue Boy. Jim Reeves's backing band used them. It was a special edition, that's right. Steinberger XL2 from 84. Just whetting your appetite here, guys. A Fender Jazz 65 L Series, January 65. And there was a 76 Jazz. 40th anniversary 1991 custom shop Precision with Kubicki Electronics, amber maple, yeah. Number 242 of 400. A Fender P from January 65, L Series pre-CBS, Candy Apple Red. Fender 62 P, original Fiesta Red. And an 82p in Fiesta Red. Nothing cheap in this shop. There was a Fender P75 with a maple neck, so all of those would have appeared in my Gear of the Month column. But I think we literally, I can tell you. Let me go on my hard drive. I'll tell you. I will tell you. Old columns. Base of the month. So a load of them were my own bases. So we got as far as we did the Hohner, the Gibson, the G&L. That was it. We got 3 of them. And then the column got pulled. Never mind, eh? Had them all lined up. I knew exactly what was going to be in which month. We had the pictures and everything. Shame. Still got the pictures here. Yeah. Wow. There's a few lookers in there. Especially the Fenders. Ooh. Oh, well. Halcyon days. Gary Willis. No, never met him, Joe. Never met Gary Willis. Just remind me, I want to test out the gift friendliness of this live chat. I don't think you'll be able to, Stace. You can't attach pictures into a live chat. Did you hang out or interview Dave Bronze? No. No. You're going to run out of names soon. No, it was good because we used to do the shows, and the first one I did in 2013 was basically lots of interviews. I don't think I did any gear reviews that time. Then in 2014, I wasn't there, by which time I'd already started doing the review days at the base shops. And I think when we did 2015, I think Joel and I had already concocted a plan what we were going to do. So there were 3 or 4 of us that were doing interviews, and we all kind of got a spreadsheet from the editor, and he would say, these are the ones that are allotted to you, that's to him, her, and we'd do it that way. And then it was a case of just wrapping up reviews and borrowing an amp and sticking it in a room, and then going off and getting whatever bases had been agreed to be reviewed by the editor. And then I just go around, get them, do my review sheet, take pictures, take them off to photography, because we had a separate photography booth at the shows, and then take the gear back and then go and get some more, and that's it, and buy. I think I did that for 2015, 2016, 2017. And then after 2017, because I finished my schedule with like 3 minutes before the show closed in 2017. I remember saying on the way back home, because editor and I don't live that far from each other, we used to drive back. I said, look, next year, 2018, it makes complete sense for me to come in on the Friday when all the companies are setting up, because they'd start to get a bit arsey that you've got their gear and they can't sell it or let people demo it if you've got it in a review room. I said, so it makes complete, total and utter sense for me to come in on the Friday, not just Saturday and Sunday when everyone else is there. Come in on the Friday and get as much of the review stuff done before we get to Saturday. Because if I can do the reviews on the Friday when no one's here, A, everything is a lot quicker, but also it means on Saturday, all we've got to do is go round and round those bases up, or the gear, go to photography, do it, take the base back. That's it. We've done everything that I need to do aside from interviews. And then if anything else crops up, or any other products that we've missed, or pedals, or we've got 2 days to cover it. I said, rather than this complete bombardment of trying to cram everything into 2 days, if we give ourselves the third, or give me the third day, because you're not paying me to be here, you're paying me for the content I write. Well, all I'm doing is giving up another day, but I'm getting far more done because there's no one here. So we did that, and then we did it again in 2019, and it worked really well, because that Friday I literally just rampaged through bass reviews, amp reviews, pedal reviews, and a lot of that stuff we could eke out for like the next 8 to 12 months. So if I did 12 reviews, it's basically 1 review every issue, and then other stuff that came in through the year was on top. It was great. We had it down. It was so that those last 2 years, 2018, 2019, it just worked really good. Let's see, I replaced Dave Bronze in Eric Bibb's band. Oh, good. Well done. When he got the Clapton gig. Oh, that was some time ago. That was like 93, 94. Dave Bronze was playing with the Hamsters at that time as well. Yeah, Cam Voodoo, night guys, getting tired, my brain is misfiring. That's been my brain most of my life, don't worry. Night, mate, take it easy. I think we're all flagging a bit now and I can see numbers are dropping. So I tell you what, let's all pop off to the land of Nod. Those in the US, you can have a cup of Horlicks, get your slippers on, get ready for sleep. Guys, been emotional. 5 hours and 14 minutes, nearly 5 hours and 15. It's a record. Hallelujah. Praise be. Thank you, everyone. Top night. Great live chat. Thank you for all of the super chat contributions. That means a lot. Thank you to all of you buying merchandise. That's great. Going to keep putting designs up and what have you. There will also be special offer promotions going on over the next weeks, months, what have you. I'll keep you notified on all that. All notifications regarding content here on the channel will be on the community tab, which is YouTube's version of social media. I'll also post everything up on Facebook and Instagram, as you know. If you are watching this after the event or you're still here on the live chat, if you haven't already, please hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, give the video a thumbs up. Really helps, keeps everything ticking over. Affiliate links in description box, merchandise links in description box. I think that's about it. Workshop videos coming up possibly Thursday. I've got to edit tomorrow. Review demo videos coming up end of this week, and the amalgamated bass string experiment video with gigs 15 to 19 possibly coming up at the weekend. I'll keep you posted. Thank you very much. See you on next week's live chat, 8 o'clock Tuesday here, Brooks's Bass Corner. Take it easy. Have a great week. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday. I'll see you soon. All the best.